Welcome to the course. This course is all about influencing people. Think about your job. Think about the experiences you've had in organizations. The ability to influence people, whether they be your team members, your subordinates, or whether it's influencing up, maybe your boss, or other stakeholders in the organization, maybe even stakeholders outside of the organization. This course is all about the skills, the tools, the practices that you need to be able to influence those people, those stakeholders. I am extremely excited for this course. I'm excited for two reasons. One is because influence is the core, it's the essence of leadership. If you look at all of the different definitions of leadership around the world, many, if not most of them, at the core of that definition is the ability to influence people. And that's what this course is all about. The second reason I'm extremely excited about this course is that we've been conducting research over about the last decade that has opened our eyes to some pretty novel, in some cases counterintuitive practices, behaviors, actions that you can take that make you more influential, that enhance your ability to influence people no matter where they are in the organization and no matter where you sit in the organization, whether you're at the top of that organization or at the very bottom. How do you influence people? Motivate them to engage in a set of behaviors that is critical, that's essential to accomplishing your team's goals and the organization's goals. That's the essence of this course, is how do you influence people? In week one, we're going to start with the foundation, which is really how do you build your base of what we call informal power. We often think of power as the people at the top of the organization, the people that look like this. This is the Forbes top 10 most powerful people in the world as rated in 2014, so a couple of years ago. Take a look at the people in this picture. What do you notice? When I look at the individuals who are listed here as the most powerful people in the world, I see heads of state, the prime minister, the president of the United States. I see the Pope, Pope Francis. I see Janet Yellen, who the head of one of the most significant, most powerful organizations in the world in terms of economic policy. And then you see business leaders, Bill Gates, Larry Page, the founder of Google. When we think of the most powerful people in the world, these are the types of people that we often think about. But what we're going to talk about in this course is a different type of power, a different type of influence. I want you to think about, for example, in 2014, between October and December, the protests that were happening in Hong Kong called Occupy Central. Those protests, which became extremely influential, were started by a group of students, a social movement. They had to influence people from all diverse types of backgrounds to come together around a particular cause. Think about the Arab Spring that happened now a number of years ago. Again, a number of young people, not in powerful positions, but who claimed power and were able to leverage and use that power to influence a wide and diverse audience to come together around a common cause. Think about Martin Luther King Jr. in the 1960s, who really was the motivating force behind a civil rights movement. He didn't have the type of power that these individuals have here as heads of state or head of Google or Microsoft or the Gates Foundation. What we're going to discover in this course is how no matter where you sit in your organization, no matter where you sit in life, How can you establish your power so that you can influence other people for whom you may not have authority over? And that at its core is the essence of how you lead people, how you lead teams. It's not about always wielding the biggest stick or the biggest sword, but it's about how you influence people and processes even when you don't have the authority. And that's what we're going to discover in this course. I want to start with a little quiz. And the quiz will foreshadow some of the different types of power that we're going to talk about this week. What you see here on your screen, reward power, which is really the ability to reward for performance. If you perform well, do I have the ability to reward you for that performance? If I have that ability, that gives me a form of power in this relationship. Another form of power, what we call coercive power. It's the ability to punish, or if I have to force performance or compliance. If I have that ability, that gives me power. Thirdly, what we call legitimate power. This is the formal right to influence. Think about your organizational chart, job titles, reporting relationships. Who's the boss? Who's the subordinate? That's the base or the source of legitimate power. But those are very much structural forms of power, and we'll talk about those structural elements of power this week as we go through the course. But then look at other forms or sources of power listed here. What we call referent power, which is the charisma that we talked about in Course 1, the personal connection, the relationship that we have, or how strongly you identify with me as your leader or as a person. If you want to follow me, that's a form of referent power, okay? Because of that connection that we have, that charisma that I provide. Expert power. This is having expertise when that expertise is valued or rare in the marketplace. The extent to which I am more of an expert and that expertise is valued, the more power I have. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is information as power. Having information that is valued or rare. Akin or similar to expertise, but you don't necessarily have to be the expert to have information that is valued or rare that then in turn gives you power. So these are 6 different sources or bases of power that we'll talk about in the course. And what I'd like you to think about, or at least document for yourself, is which of these do you think is most or least effective for using different forms of power to influence people? And so I'd like you to take a minute on your own to rank order, 1 being most effective, 7 being least effective. Which one of these bases of power would you say is most effective for influencing people? Which of these bases of power would you say is least effective for influencing people? Think about your own experiences. Think about the people that you've seen as leaders trying to influence others. Which bases or forms of power did they use? Was it effective? Was it not? And take a moment and go to the discussion forum and share your rankings, which ones you think are most effective, which ones you think are least effective. Share and learn with your classmates and try to understand their rankings and what their experiences say about the relative effectiveness of these different forms of power. And then later in the week, as we go through the course, we will come back and I'll share with you some of the research and insights that we have on all 6 of these bases of power. So what are you going to learn in this course? There are 4 things in particular, each of the weeks. First, this week, as I said before, we're going to talk about how do you build and leverage your power. But I want to give you a sense of where we're going so that you see how it all fits together. The second week, you'll learn extensively about the strategies and tactics that we use to influence people without relying on authority. Some very specific strategies that you can use in meetings, when you get a new employee, when you have a stakeholder, when you don't have authority over that stakeholder. How do you influence that person towards a particular direction? That'll be the context and the content of week 2 is really how do you influence people without relying on that authority. Thirdly, in that third week, you're really going to be exposed to some of our latest thinking and our latest research on how do you leverage relationships to lead to or achieve greater influence in your organization. So how do you build those relationships, and how do you leverage those relationships for greater influence? And then in the fourth week of the course, it's really all about how do you protect yourself from others' influence. When other people are trying to influence you and you don't want to be influenced by them, how do you protect yourself? What are some strategies that you can use to fend off or shield yourself from that unwanted influence? That's the layout or the structure of the course as we're going to go through it. Again, this week, we're going to talk extensively about how do you build your informal base of power, and then how do you put that power to work to create benefits not only for yourself, but also for your team and your organization. So to really get started with those bases of power, I want to make this as practical and as personal as possible. So what I'd like you to do is reflect on your own experiences first. Your own experiences working in teams. This may be a sports team, it may be a work team in business, it may be in an educational setting, whatever team you want to focus on. I want you to think about that team and the people in that team. And I want you to identify someone in that team, a specific person, that you think was particularly powerful in that team. Now, to be clear, this does not have to be the boss. It does not have to be the formal supervisor or the formal team leader, but simply someone in that team that you think was particularly powerful and had a lot of influence on other people in the team. I'd like you then to go to the discussion forum and share with your classmates your observations, your intuitions as to why was that person so powerful? What was it that made that person so powerful? And then once you've identified what enabled that person to be so powerful, then ask yourself this second question, which is, to what extent, and importantly, how, did that person's power help or hurt your team? Because one of the things that we're going to learn in this course is that power can both enable, but it can also corrupt. It can also hurt your team, your career, your performance. And so I'd like you to diagnose not only why was this individual powerful, but then how did that person's power help, or in some cases, hurt your team? Take a moment, really think about those questions deeply, engage in the discussion forums, share with your classmates, learn from their experiences with power, and what they saw as being helpful or maybe harmful to their teams, and see if there are any common themes or differences from your own experiences. So before we can understand how to build and leverage our own informal power, we first have to come to some understanding of what is power. And that's the question we're going to focus on now. What is power, and what does our research say about what are the key elements or core dimensions of power in organizations? We've been studying power now for over 100 years as academics, as researchers, as practitioners. And so in helping you understand how to think about and conceptualize the core elements of power, I've gone all the way back to what I can find is the original thinking on power to really start to unpack this definition of what is power. And so the first set of definitions that I'll share with you are from both Weber in the early 1900s, now over 100 years ago, in 1914, where Weber really described or defined power as the ability for one actor, one person, to carry out his own position, to achieve his own goals, despite resistance to those. Okay, so really, the ability for a person to carry out his own position, achieve his goals, despite if other people are resisting that. Okay? And that's why I labeled this definition, power as the potential for influence. It's not influence itself, but power gives you the potential to influence other people, to carry out your own position, even if other people are going to resist that. Very similar to that definition is one that has now become classic, which is French and Raven in 1959, who defined power as the maximum potential ability of one person, in this case A, to influence another person, in this case B. So again here you can see that both Weber, French, and Raven are defining power as the potential ability to influence other people. It's that source, that foundation that gives you the opportunity to influence other people. And so what is that? And that's what we're going to really discuss in this week. There's another set of definitions that I think are equally as valid and important for us to recognize and understand. And that is power as the control over outcomes. And here we see one of the classic definitions is Emerson in 1962, where Emerson defined power as the power to control or influence the other that resides in your control over things that other person, he or she, values. So your power to control or influence that other person resides ultimately in the extent to which you have control over things that those persons value. Okay, that's Emerson's definition, and likely has been one of the most commonly used definitions of power around the world in modern day. But I think it's also important to recognize this other definition here in the early 1990s, asymmetrical control over another person's outcomes. Asymmetrical here being, you have more control over my outcomes than I have control over your outcomes. And in this relational context, in this relationship, that means you would have more power over me. And I think that's a really important definition to understand. And so these are the historical definitions now that are most common, most popular. What I've done and what I'll show you next is I've unpacked all of these definitions that exist to really try to get at the core. What are those core attributes that really give us a sense of what power is in organizations today? And I think these are the important things you need to remember. First is that power is relative. In any relationship or relational context, power is relative. So if you're working with your boss, in that relationship or in that situation, at least formally, structurally, your boss has more power than you. But if you turn around and in your next meeting, you go and you are the highest ranking person in that meeting, you, at least formally, structurally, are the highest powered person in that room. That gives you a sense of power is relative. It all depends on who you are working with. And power is ultimately defined by the relative ranking in terms of that social hierarchy of whoever's in that room. That's important because it does mean that power is also contextual. There's no absolute sense of power. So the Forbes ranking that I gave you earlier, those individuals are all powerful individuals, but their power is all contextual in the sense that in some situations, depending on who else is around, depending on where they sit in the social hierarchy, they may not be the most powerful person in the room. Again, it's relative, it's contextual. It depends on the situation. I think that's really important for everyone to understand. The second thing that I will point out to you, if we can agree that power is about the control over resources or outcomes, using Emerson's definition, for example, that control varies in how formalized it is. Sometimes I have control because my job description, my job title has formalized that. Sometimes I have that control because of our relationship. Sometimes I have that control because I have the expertise or the information. But that's not formalized necessarily. So it varies in how formalized it is. It also varies in how stable it is. In today's knowledge economy, what is information and what information is valued and what information is rare is extremely dynamic. It's changing all the time. And so if information is your base of power, that is a very dynamic and possibly fleeting source of power. In other cases, for example, if you're the president of the United States, that is a particularly stable source of power, at least while you're in office. Okay? And same thing for legitimacy. Control, in some cases, is extremely legitimated by the structure or the relationship that you're in. In other cases, it's not. And so that control varies quite a bit across situations, across relationships, and so forth. Thirdly, the same is true in outcomes. If you look at Emerson's definition or the definition below that, Dupree and Fisk, it's control over outcomes where those outcomes are valued by the other person. Well, we all know that organizations are diverse. Look at the teams that you work in or that you've had experience working in. What outcomes are valued by different people? It varies tremendously. And so your power, therefore, over those individuals or with respect to those individuals will also vary to the extent that the outcomes you control are valued or not. Very important to understand. And then last is that power can both be actual, but it can also be perceptual. And we'll talk extensively this week about the perceptual side of power. Even in situations, think of the students in Hong Kong who really started the momentum, the social movement of Occupy Central. Those students, they didn't have a lot of actual power, but they enacted their power. They created perceptions that they were leading this social movement that built on itself over time, that perception where over time their power became more legitimate, a little more stable, a little more formalized. It's important to remember power can be actual, a reality, an objective reality, but it can also be in the minds of ourselves and the minds of other people. And oftentimes we co-create this perception of who's powerful and who's not. If we can agree on those basic fundamental attributes of what is power, now we can start to understand in relationships, in organizations, across diverse sets of people, how can we build our power, actual and perceptual, across these different individuals, across these different relationships in the organizations that we work in. But we first have to understand what is power, and this gives you a framework for both defining it and understanding those foundational dimensions that really explain why someone is perceived as powerful and why other people are not, even if their position, their job title is exactly the same. So what we've done here is we've given several different definitions of power, but I think even more importantly is that we've outlined some very foundational dimensions of what is power across all of these different definitions. It's relative, it's contextual. Our control varies across situations, formal, stable, legitimate. What outcomes are valued vary by people. And that power can both be an objective reality, actual, but it can also be perceptual. All very important things to keep in mind. So when you look at these definitions, and again, there's no right or wrong definition here, but when you look at these definitions, you look at these attributes that I'm calling out as being important, here's my question for you, which is, do you agree or do you disagree with this definition or these definitions? And why? And building on these definitions, how would you define power? So what I'd like you to do, and this week we're going to do a lot of work in our discussion forums. What I'd like you to do is go to that discussion forum around the definition of power and articulate for yourself how you define power, how it aligns or is misaligned or just different with the definitions that I've given you in some of those key attributes. Maybe you agree with all of them. Maybe you agree with some of them. Maybe you disagree with all of them. Most importantly, you have your definition of power. And then once we have those definitions, then we can really start to unpack what are the strategies, what are the practices that I can use to start building my base of power so that I have greater influence in my team, in my organization. Now that we have our definition of power, you've discussed with your classmates how you think about power, how you define power, what those key attributes are, those foundational core elements of power. Now what I want to do is turn to the benefits of power. We're going to talk about both the benefits and the risks. But let's first talk about the benefits. I'm going to share with you some of our latest thinking, some of our latest research that I think is really powerful for understanding why power helps us in our careers, helps our teams. And then I'm going to ask you to think about what you've seen in your own experiences about the benefits of power. Then we'll turn to some of those costs, some of those risks, the danger, the dark side of power. But let's first talk about the benefits. Here's one study that I find absolutely fascinating. Good friends of mine, Adam Galinsky, Joe McGee, and others have been doing some really powerful and interesting research around how power enables action and proactivity. And this is really important for us to understand as leaders in organizations. Even if we don't have the formal authority per se, with power, what we're finding in our work today is that it creates action, it creates proactivity. Where a lot of us would wait for the boss to tell us what to do, what we really want in our teams, what we really want in organizations are people that will step up, take action, be proactive, think ahead. And what we're finding with Adam's research, Joe, and others is that power actually enables that action and enables that proactivity. I'll share with you a couple examples of research that we as a collective, Adam and Joe and others have done, and share with you the insights from that research that I find absolutely fascinating and amazing. So here's one. I don't know how many of you play different card games or blackjack specifically, but in one of these studies, we used a blackjack game. And if you know anything about blackjack happens on 21. And the biggest uncertainty or the big choice that you have is when you get into the mid-teens, that 15, 16 point level. And the question is whether or not you will hit. You will take another card to see if you can get that 16 up to 21. Big risk, because at that point, many of the cards that are in the deck will put you over 21 and you'll lose. So big risk. And so you could think of this as risk-taking. You could think of this as action when other people won't take it. One of the most fascinating studies that I've seen done is they used a blackjack example where people were playing cards. And prior to the card game, they primed people to be in a low power or a high power position. And they did that simply by asking people, we can do it a number of different ways. You can put people into situations where they are the highest ranking person. They're the manager, the supervisor, as opposed to the subordinate. That's one way we can prime that sense or that feeling, the psychology of power. Another way that's often used is to have people write stories about times when they were powerful, they felt powerful, where they had control over resources or other people. And simply writing and documenting that experience of having power has been shown to create the psychology, the feeling of power. And that's what we're doing here in this research. And so what you see here is people randomly assigned to two different conditions where some people are primed with a low power. They're the subordinate, if you will, or they are writing about a time where they didn't have power. Versus people who are the supervisor, the manager, or people who are writing about times when they did have a lot of power over other people. So in their psychology, they're the powerful person in this moment. And then they engage in this card game. And what you're seeing here is the percent of people who will actually take an additional card when they're at 16, depending on or conditional on whether they're in that low power state or whether they're in that high power state. And the difference is staggering. Less than 60% of people in the low power condition will take that extra card, whereas over 90% of people, when in that high power condition, will take that card. So when you are primed to feel like you are powerful, you're much more likely to take that action, to take that risk, and in this case, take that next card. So If you're a card player and you like to play cards, maybe you can use this to your advantage next time. But it's fascinating to understand the psychology of power and the risks taking that people will assume, and the action, the proactivity that people will assume. They also did a very interesting study where they brought some students into rooms, and the students were doing a task that was essentially relevant to the study. And in the room, they had a fan, one of the floor fans that creates the wind to cool you off. And the fan was made to be annoying. It made a lot of noise, and it was an annoying physical object in the room. And what they did is they disguised the study as they were focused on the task that the students were doing. But what they were really monitoring in this study was the percent of people that would actually take action and get up and do something about this annoying fan. And fascinating results. For people that were primed to feel powerless or low power situation, only slightly over 40% of those people actually got up and did anything about this really annoying fan that was in the room. But look at the high power condition. I mean, you're looking at roughly about 70% of people in that high power condition who, when primed to feel powerful, actually got up, went and either unplugged the fan, turned it off, did something about the fan so that the annoyance would go away. Interesting, fascinating studies. And now what we're seeing is in organizational settings, in teams, in organizations, we're seeing that when people feel powerful, very similar to these studies, whether it's blackjack or the annoying fan, what we're finding is that people are much more proactive. They will take action when they feel powerful. So certainly a benefit of power is the action, the proactivity that comes as a result. Another benefit that we're seeing in our latest work, and this, again, the data I'm showing you here comes out of another study by Adam Galinsky and his colleagues, where you're more creative. You're willing to think outside of the norm. You're less susceptible to conformity when you feel powerful. So in this study, as an example, the participants in this study were given essentially false feedback on other people's performance in a task. And what Adam and his colleagues were really studying was the extent to which the participants in the study would conform to that false feedback. And what they found is that relative to people who felt powerless or without power, low power, the people who really felt powerful, they were much less likely to conform to other people's opinions because they felt powerful relative to people who felt powerless. This study has dramatic and important implications for creativity and innovation in organizations. In your team, in order to be creative, you need people to think outside the box, to not conform to the status quo and how things are traditionally done. Power is one mechanism that you can use to enable your team members to develop new ideas, new concepts, think outside the box. So the conclusion, when people feel powerful, they're less affected by others' opinions, others' information when making their own decisions or developing those new ideas and concepts. Extremely important for your team when the goal is creativity and innovation. Then the question is, how can you empower? How can you enable people to feel powerful? And that's something we'll talk later on about this week. Another benefit of power that we found, and this is a fascinating study that was just recently published, is it actually reduces our feelings of what we call burden in life. So feel about the weight on your shoulders and how much responsibility you feel like you're taking on in life. You and I might have the exact same level of responsibility. You see that as an opportunity. I see it as a burden. The weight of the world is on my shoulders. This research is really starting to unpack the role that power has in determining whether we see that as an opportunity or whether we see that responsibility as a burden that's weighing us down. This study used a very creative way to test that. They gave people boxes, and the boxes had goods in them that weighed a certain amount, and they used different weights in the boxes. And then they primed people, again, very similar to the earlier studies, to feel powerless, low power, or to feel powerful, to have high power. And then they looked at the estimates of the weights of these boxes. And what they found is before they introduced the prime of low versus high power, so when everybody was the same, they estimated the weight of the boxes basically exactly the same. So that's the yellow bar that you see here. Before anybody ever talked about power, they had them estimate the weight of the boxes. And essentially the estimates were all about the same. But then they introduced this prime where some people were primed to feel powerless and some people were primed to feel very powerful in this situation. And look at the difference in estimated weight versus or minus actual weight. The low power people were much more likely to overestimate the weight of the box, whereas the high power people actually were more likely to underestimate the weight of the box. Now, fascinating, there's other research that shows that when you're estimating the weight of these boxes, that's akin to how much burden or responsibility you feel. So those high power individuals, when empowered, when they feel power, when the psychology of power is primed, they don't feel that same burden. But if I feel powerless, I feel like the weight of the world is on my shoulders, and you feel that burden. Fascinating research. So power, one benefit is it reduces that feeling of burden and responsibility. Lastly, is power has health benefits. And this is, again, one of the more fascinating studies that I've seen recently, where in this study, again, they prime people to feel powerful or powerless, and then they actually hook them up to the physiological monitors to test heart rate and cardiovascular output. And what we find is that when people feel powerless versus when people feel powerful, there are dramatically and drastic differences in health. And so here are examples. The effect of power on, in this case, cardiac output. So a higher score here is a much more efficient cardiovascular system. The difference is staggering. Almost over 4 times the cardiac efficiency, cardiac output when primed with high power relative to low power. Similarly, the effect on vascular resistance. So the greater resistance you have in your vascular system, the less healthy, the harder it is for the blood to flow, etc. And so what you see here is when primed to feel powerless or low power, the vascular resistance is much higher than in people who were primed to feel very powerful. And again, people are randomly assigned to different conditions here. So people who had extremely efficient cardiac systems or extremely efficient vascular systems, that's the baseline. And what we're finding in this study is that they're actually impacted in real time by the psychology of power, how they feel. Do they feel powerless or do they feel powerful? And that's a benefit of power. It's not only your ability to influence other people, but what we're finding is all the way to the health benefits that it has on you as a person. And so what I'd like you to do, and these are just some teasers of the benefits. Obviously, other benefits, career advancement, the more powerful you are, maybe the faster you'll advance in your career, the more powerful you are, the greater access to resources. All of those things are absolutely true. I've tried to give you maybe some counterintuitive, maybe some new ways of thinking about the benefits of power. So what I'd like you to do now is go to your discussion forum on benefits of power and share with your classmates what benefits you've seen in your own experiences of having power. Maybe you've had power and seen benefits come to you from a career point of view. Maybe you've seen benefits from a personal side. What are those benefits that you see that you feel are most important when thinking about power? And then in particular, what are the benefits not only to you as an individual, but also to your team or your organization? How can power be used to create value for your team or organization? What are the benefits to your team? What are the benefits to your organization? And maybe it's not even just your power, but maybe the power of other people. What is the good that comes of power? That's the question. And I'd like you to share with your classmates, learn from your classmates, share, debate, discuss what you see as the benefits of power. And then we will turn to the potential cost, the risks, and what I call the dark side of power. So we've talked about the definition of power. We've now talked about the benefits of power that come when you feel powerful, whether you're in the powerful position or not. But when the psychology of power, when you feel powerful, what those benefits are. But I think it's extremely important that we understand the risks, the potential cost of power, and what that can do to our behavior before we then understand how to build our power. It's important to understand not only the benefits, but also those risks, those costs, before we really understand the strategies we can use to increase or enhance the power that we feel or the power that we have. So what I want to do now is really start to dive into some of those risks, some of those costs, at least the potential cost. And so before we get into that and before I share with you our thinking and our latest research on those risks, I'd like you to think for yourself about what you've seen as the potential risks of power. Have you seen power hurt your team or hurt your organization? And if so, how? Before we get into those risks, I'd like you to reflect on your own. Maybe pause, maybe take a break, and just give yourself some space to think about the risks of power, what those potential costs are, and maybe how you've seen power hurt your team or your organization. Think about that for a moment, then come back and I'll share with you some of the latest thinking and some of our work on those risks or how power can hurt or destroy value for your team or your organization. So the first risk that I need to bring your attention to is that the research on power and confidence is extremely clear. Power leads you to be overconfident. Confidence absolutely is an asset. In order to lead in today's modern organization, you have to be confident. You have to be confident in your decisions. You have to be confident in your style. You have to be confident that you're making the right choices to engage your employees, your customers. You have to be confident. But what we're finding is that power, when you feel powerful, it actually leads you to be overconfident. Let me share with you some of these data. So Nate Fast and some of his colleagues published a study several years ago where, again, they prime people to be in a high power position or to think of themselves as extremely powerful, other people to feel powerless or to have less or low power. And then they had them estimate on a task and to see how confident they were. And they asked them to give an interval or what we call a confidence interval. So if I'm asking you, for example, to predict the weather today, and you say it's going to be 15 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and then I ask you to give me a range around that temperature in terms of your 95% confidence. So 70 degree Fahrenheit, I'm 95% confident it's going to be between 62 degrees and 74 degrees. That range, that's what we mean by a 95% confidence interval. And what's fascinating is what you're seeing here with these data is that low power people, people that were primed to feel powerless, actually had a wider interval than people who were primed to feel very powerful. People who were primed to feel powerful, their interval was much smaller on a decision that they had literally no information about. right? So it's one thing if you're predicting the weather. You could walk outside, you can see the weather, you have some information. On a decision that you essentially have no information about, whether you feel powerful or whether you feel powerless actually impacted how big or how wide that confidence interval was. The smaller that interval for those high power people, the more certain you are, even though you have no information. That is overconfidence. Same thing is true, same study. They looked at, in this case, there was a correct answer to the question. And they looked at the distance from the correct answer. And what they found is while the low power people had a wider interval, their actual estimate was much closer to the correct answer than those of the high power condition, where people had a much more certain, tighter confidence interval, but their estimate of the answer was actually further away than the correct answer than those people who were primed to feel powerless. So not only are we more confident in our decision, but we're actually more wrong in our decision. And that is a potential danger of high power. And in this study, they also followed that up with a task where, think of a trivia game where you're answering questions and you get to bet on yourself. And you're betting $1 at a time per question. If you get it right, you win $1. If you get it wrong, you lose $1. And the data I'm showing you here, everyone was assigned a formal supervisor role. So from a formal structural power, everybody's the same. But then what they did is they primed people to feel like they were the expert, and they primed people to feel as if they were not the expert. And what they found is that when you're in that powerful position, that supervisor role, and you feel like you're the expert, that expert power that we talked about earlier, you're actually much more likely to lose money, to make gambles when you are going to get the answer wrong, versus when you're in that powerful position, but you know you're not the expert, you're much less likely to lose money. In fact, you are more likely to gain money in this simple trivia quiz. What does that mean for you? What does that mean for your teams? If you're in that formal supervisory role and you believe that you're the single most expert in that room, be very, very careful, because you run the risk of being extremely overconfident, not taking into account other people's opinions, etc., and possibly making the wrong decision even though you're really certain in that decision. That's what I would take away from these data, is to be very careful, especially when you're in that formal supervisory role, that when you feel powerful, you'll feel very certain, you'll be very confident, but be very careful because you could be very, very wrong in your decision. And that's exactly what we found in other studies. C and colleagues several years ago did 4 different experiments with totally different samples and individuals. We had graduate students who were incoming into a graduate program who were working, and we were studying prior to them coming into the graduate school. We had current students, undergraduates. We had working adults, and then another sample of undergraduate students. So very diverse, some in the U.S., some spread out all around the world, controlling for their age, their gender, nationality, their affect, or another word for that would be just their emotional state, whether it's positive or negative. And what we found to be true across all 4 of these different samples, different experiments, is that when people feel powerful, their confidence goes up, but very importantly, they're willing to listen and take advice from other people goes down. So as your power goes up, so does your confidence. But then because of that increase in confidence, your willingness to take advice from other people and incorporate that advice into your decision making actually goes down Very dangerous in the world we live in today, where in most cases, no single person, even if you're the most powerful person in the room, no single person has all of the information that's necessary for making the best decision. And if you're that person who feels extremely powerful, therefore extremely confident, you have to be very careful not to block out other people's advice and make sure that you're creating an open and safe environment for people to give that advice and that you're actually willing to take that advice and do something with it. What's interesting is it's even true if that advice is coming from an expert. I found this study fascinating. This is by one of my colleagues, Lee Toast, here at the University of Michigan, where she studied the same effect that you see here, where power increases confidence but reduces your willingness to take advice from other people. She went with her colleagues and studied that same effect, but wanted to know if it was true whether the person giving the advice was experienced or inexperienced, expert or not an expert. And what you see here is people who are primed to be less powerful, powerless, regardless of whether the advisor is inexperienced or experienced, is much more likely to take that advice into consideration when making decisions. Doesn't mean you're going to go with the advice, doesn't mean you're going to accept the advice as true, but you're willing to take it into account and consider it when making decisions. But contrast that with the high power person in this study. It didn't matter whether or not the advisor, the person giving the advice, was an expert or not. The high power person, relative to the low power, is ignoring the advice of the other person and not taking that advice into consideration because you feel powerful, you feel confident, you don't need that advice. At least that's how you think. And so you are potentially ignoring or overlooking extremely valuable information because you have people here, the experienced advisor, who are experts, who can give you a very valuable perspective and a very valued and valuable piece of insider information. And you're ignoring it, you're overlooking it. Very dangerous in today's modern organization. And so my question for you that I'd like you to really think deeply about, because I've given you some examples of some of the risks or cost of power, is how have you seen power affect the degree to which people listen and take the advice of others? If it's true, and our data suggests that it is, that as you feel more powerful, your confidence goes up, and then your willingness to take advice reduces. How have you seen power affect the degree to which people listen and take advice from others? Your boss, maybe yourself, other people that you've worked with. When they're in positions of power or when they're the expert, are they more or are they less willing to take the advice or at least listen to the advice of others? Think about that. Maybe engage in the discussion forums. Share examples with your classmates to see if we can figure out why is it that some powerful people really listen and take the advice of others? And why is it that, on average, powerful people tend to be more confident, even overconfident, to the point that they're less willing to listen and take the advice of others? So you've had a chance to think about the potential costs and risks with respect to power and what it does to our confidence and therefore our willingness to listen to and take advice from others. But we're not done with the costs and risks of power. What I'd like you to do now is think about, does power make us more self-focused or more other or team-focused? And the results of our research in this area, I think, are really important for us as leaders in organizations who are leading people, who are leading teams, to really understand and appreciate. What we're finding in our research is that power generally makes people more self-focused than it does other-focused. One of the most recent studies that we've done in this area comes out of one of my colleagues, Van Cleef, and some of his colleagues that was published in 2015, where they were looking at what inspires people. When you ask people to write stories of inspirational moments or inspirational examples in their life, they simply ask people to write that story. And for some people, they were primed to be, again, in that low power, powerless position, or the psychology of power, to feel powerless. And for other people, they were primed to feel extremely powerful, to be in that powerful position, to feel powerful. And what's amazing is the degree to which people will write about others or themselves, depending on whether they are powerless or powerful. The powerless individuals, there was no difference in whether or not they wrote stories of inspiration about themselves or about others. So stories of themselves would be when they were the protagonist, or the first person, if you will, in the story that was inspirational. Or in the stories where it's someone else, the other, it's a story about someone else doing something that that person found to be extremely inspirational. But then look at the difference for high power people. People who were primed to feel powerful or to be in that high power position. Almost double, almost 2 times the number of stories written about myself versus writing stories about other people being inspirational. And so one of the implications of this research is that when we are primed to feel powerful, whether that be our position or how other people treat us or resources, information, expertise that we have that others do not have, chances are, according to our work, those people are generally going to be more self-focused than other-focused or team-focused. That has fundamental implications for how you think about managing and leading your team, especially if you are that person in the high-power position. Let me give you an example. Again, this is a study my colleague Lee Toast here at the University of Michigan conducted a couple of years ago that shows you just how much this power can actually hurt your team by being more self-focused as opposed to other-focused. So what she and her colleagues found in this research is when the formal leader of the team, and oftentimes that's going to be you, and if it's not you today, it will be you in the future. When you are that powerful formal leader, that formal supervisor, and you feel powerful, what that results in terms of communication in the team, is that the leaders who feel powerful generally increase the amount at which they are talking in the team as opposed to other people in the team doing the talking in team meetings, discussions, debates, conversations. So leaders who forget their position, all of these people are formal supervisors, formal managers. But when you feel powerful, more powerful than your team members, for example, you increase the amount of your talking relative to the talking of other team members. That results in less open communication in your team broadly, less safe environment for team members to speak up because you're the one that's always talking, less opportunity for them to communicate ideas that maybe are different than the ones that you're communicating. And then what we're finding is that because of that less open communication in the team, we're finding that the teams actually perform worse. So for example, we've looked at teams where there's no formal leader, and we've looked at teams where there is a formal leader. Look at this example where there is a formal leader in the team. The y-axis here, what we're measuring is the percent of teams who identified the correct answer on a complex decision-making task where the team had to make a decision and give an answer. And there was a correct answer and there were wrong answers. And we're looking at the percent of time where the team gave the correct answer. When you have that formal leader and that leader feels powerful relative to team members, that power, because it results in less open communication, less open information sharing in the team actually reduces the likelihood and significantly reduces the likelihood that your team will actually come up with the correct answer relative to if your formal leader does not feel this extreme level of power over the team members, in this case referred to as neutral power, or if there is no formal power distinction or difference in the team at all. So this is really important for you as a team leader or as a future team leader to understand that when you're in that position, that formal authority of leadership in that team, if you perceive psychologically that you are much more powerful, much more of an expert, much more of a legitimate authority on the team task relative to your team members, according to our data, you are going to increase the amount at which you talk, decrease the amount at which other people talk, create a less safe environment for your team, and ultimately, as a result of that, reduce or lower your team's performance. So as that team leader, you have to be very careful, especially when you're in that position of formal authority, not to internalize psychologically that you are so much more powerful than other people. Otherwise, you're actually going to undermine not only your team's performance, but as a result, your own performance. So far, we have defined power, we've talked about the benefits of power, and we've talked about the potential risks or costs that come with power. Now it's time to really dive deep to understand, where does power come from? What are the sources of power? What are the bases of power? And how can you build on those sources to create and enhance your own power in your organization, in your team, so that you can effectively influence and lead other people? So what I want to do now is begin to unpack those bases or sources of power. We talked about this a little bit with the quiz that we opened the week with. The first set or category of bases or sources of power are what we call the personal bases of power. This is expertise, information, and you recall what we refer to as referent power. So expertise, you're the expert on a particular topic, and that expertise is valued and maybe even rare. Information, you may not be the expert again, but you have information that others do not have that is valued or rare. And then a referent. Referent is that charisma, that attraction, that connection that people have with you. These three personal bases of power are attributes that others will often defer to, or it will increase the likelihood of them complying with a request or a task that you have that you want other people to accomplish. To the extent you're the expert, you have information, or you have that referent power, that increases your power, your control over the situation, the people, your ability to influence goes up. Expertise, information, referent power as your three core personal bases of power. Those stand in contrast and in many cases complement what we refer to as your structural bases of power. So we often think of the organizational chart and who's the boss, who's the subordinate. That's an example of what we call as legitimate authority. Legitimate is the structural, who's the boss, who's the supervisor, who's the subordinate. That formal reporting relationship is legitimated by the organizational structure, for example. Reward power. Who has the ability to give out rewards for performance? Oftentimes that is correlated or similar to who's the boss, your legitimate power. But sometimes it is different. And in many cases, the rewards aren't just the performance evaluation or the monetary. In many cases, you have the ability to give a reward, a favor, for example, or to fulfill a request to someone, and that's seen as a reward that others do not have, and you are able in that situation to give that reward to another person, assuming that reward is valued, that gives you power in that relationship. Again, remember, power here is relative, contextual, and very much about your relationship relative to the other person or persons. And then last is coercion. This is your ability to punish or in many cases force someone to take a particular course of action. Again, all of these three, legitimate, reward, and coercion, are what we refer to as structural bases of power. These are really features of one's position that grant control over another person's resources or outcomes. So when you think about where power comes from, I want you to be thinking about these two different categories: personal bases of power, structural bases of power. Oftentimes, a person has one or more of these bases of power, and that's what enables them to be influential. And so with that in mind, what I'd like to do is a small assessment of these bases of power, these 6 bases of power. And you'll remember I asked you in the beginning to think about which of these would be most effective for influencing other people. Now I'm going to have you think about these same 6 bases of power as an assessment, really assessing individuals in terms of where do they fall. So with each of these 6 bases of power, I'm going to have you think about 2 individuals. And I want you to think about, for each of those individuals, which of these bases or sources of power are most important for their influence in your organization or team. The first person I want you to think about is your boss. Now, clearly, your boss, relative to you, has legitimate power. This is the formal right to influence. This is your supervisor. You're the subordinate. You have a direct reporting relationship to that person. But it doesn't necessarily mean that legitimate power is the most important base or source of power for that person's influence on you. Reward power, coercive power, legitimate, referent, expert, information. I'd like you to take a moment and assess your boss. I'm not going to ask you to share your information with your boss, but I want you to take a minute and assess your boss. And I want you to rank order, which one of these bases of power, which one of the 6 is most important, most effective, most important for that person's influence on you. Take a minute and complete the assessment with your boss in mind. All right, welcome back. So you've assessed your boss along the 6 bases of power, which base is most important, which base is least important. You might go in the discussion forum and share which base you thought was most important and see if it's similar to or different from other people's perspectives or experiences with their bosses. But now what I want you to do is turn your attention to another person and this person's base of power. And that other person is you. Now, you may not be in a formal position of power, or you may be at the very top of your organization. But here I want you to think about, for your own influence in your organization, which of these bases of power is most important for you, given the people that you work with, given the situation, given the market, given the demands on your organization or your team. Which of these bases of power is going to be most important and least important for your influence, for your leadership in your team or organization, even if that influence is up or across the organization. Even if you're not managing a formal team, you still have to influence up the organization and you still have to influence across the organization. Which of these bases of power would you rank as being most important for you all the way down to least important for you? So you had an opportunity to assess both your boss and yourself on each of these 6 bases of power, both personal as well as structural. So we're talking about the personal attributes that give you power, expertise, information, referent, And then we're talking about the structural bases of power, legitimate, reward, coercion, that often come out of the position that grants you control over these resources. I'd love to see you engage in the discussion forums with your classmates around what were some of the similarities, maybe some of the differences between you and your boss in terms of the importance of these bases of power. Did you find that from where you're situated in the organization, for example, it's more important that you rely on the personal basis of power? But what about when you have that structural base of power? Do you still need to rely on the personal basis of power to be effective? And that's an important question for you to think about. A lot of the research that I've shared with you this week talks about even if you have that structural power, that formal position, you still need to think about the expertise, information, and referent in order for you to influence other people. And so don't forget, even if you have that structural base of power, the importance of this personal base of power. What we often find in our research is that the structure, the position, gives you license. It grants you some authority. But your ability to lead, your ability to influence, your ability to motivate people often originates in more of those personal bases of power. And that's really important to continue to think about for yourself, given where you're at. What are the bases of power you have today? What are the bases of power that you do not have today? And what are the bases of power that you will need in the future in order to be a successful leader in your team or your organization? Now, I want to take you beyond the personal and the structural, because there's a third category of base of power or source of power in terms of where power comes from that I've alluded to throughout this week when talking about how people feel, how they think about themselves as being powerful or powerless. Now, clearly, if I'm in a structural position of power, that's going to enable me or grant me the ability to feel powerful. If I have the personal basis of power, I'm an expert, I have information that's valuable or rare, that's going to give me a reason or a resource to feel powerful. But even absent of those things, we're finding in our research that people can still be primed to think of themselves as either powerful or powerless. And that brings up a third category of bases of power that I think is important to recognize. And we call this third category the cognitive bases of power. One of them we refer to as priming, which is basically the idea of what do other people tell us or instructions that we get from other people in our life, our organizations, that primes us to feel powerful or powerless. And second, our beliefs. Many of these beliefs are cultural in nature, but these are the beliefs that lead us to internalize that we are either powerful in this situation or we are powerless in this situation. And so this category is really about how your own cognitions, how you think, affect your so-called feeling of power. Again, related to the personal and structural, but not necessarily. And it's important to understand the importance of these primes, these beliefs that lead us to feel powerful or powerless. And so here's my question to you, and this I really want you to think carefully about, reflect on your own, go to the discussion forum, and we've got an area on the forum where you can really start to unpack with your classmates. The first question, what are the beliefs or stereotypes? Now, let me repeat that. What are the beliefs or the stereotypes that in many ways will enhance your psychological power? But then equally important is what are the beliefs or the stereotypes that constrain your psychological power? We've done research recently that shows that people have beliefs or stereotypes about men and women in terms of being in powerful or powerless positions. And maybe consistent with your own beliefs, we generally find that all else equal, men are believed to be more powerful than women. has enormous implications for men and women in the workplace, for how we think and feel, whether we are powerful or powerless. So these beliefs and stereotypes, maybe it's gender related, male, female, maybe it's minority status, maybe it's a tenure in the organization. I do a lot of work in cultures around the world where age and tenure in the organization matter in terms of a source for power much more than expertise or information. And that ultimately comes back to a set of cultural beliefs about the importance of age related to wisdom, or tenure in the organization related to their experience and the wisdom that comes from that. But again, that's not necessarily about expertise or information. It's about these beliefs related to, in this case, age or tenure in the organization. So my question for you that I really want you to engage with your classmates and really debate and discuss is, what are those beliefs, those stereotypes that we have out in the world that enhance our psychological power, that cognitive priming, if you will, and what are those beliefs or those stereotypes that can constrain our psychological power? Discuss, debate, share, and ultimately learn from each other around the world beliefs and stereotypes that enhance and constrain. What we're going to do now is talk about some very specific strategies, practices that you can use to begin building your bases of power, building your structural base of power, building your personal base of power, and finally building your cognitive base of power. But I first want to focus on the strategies for building your structural power. Now, we've talked about three structural bases of power: legitimate, reward, and coercion. Now, on the legitimate base of power, remember, legitimate is all about the formal authority, the direct reporting relationships, which are often visualized or conceptualized with an organizational chart like the one you see here from the bank ING. Now, if it was as simple as, well, just get promoted and you gain more legitimate power, then that would be a very easy solution, a very easy strategy to take. The reality is it's not that simple. Certainly, as you move up the organization, you are granted more legitimate authority, more legitimate power in the organization. But importantly, there are other things you can do, even if you're at the bottom or in the middle of an organizational chart like the one you see here, to build and enhance your base of legitimate power in this case. So one example is to use symbols and artifacts that emphasize your legitimate power, the legitimate power that you do have. Many of you are not at the very bottom of the organizational chart. Some of you are, in which case you're going to have very little legitimate power. Okay? But if you're in the middle, if you're at the top, regardless of where you sit in that organizational chart, you can still enhance or increase the perception that people have of your legitimate power by using symbols and artifacts to emphasize and make salient, make public this legitimate power that you do have. So good examples. In the military, you'll see the emblems, the medals that military officials around the world wear. Why do they wear these medals or these emblems? Well, the more medals you have, or the different types of emblems or medals that you have, that speaks to your legitimate authority in that organization. It's a reminder to people. For example, take the police. No matter where you are in the world, police have uniforms. The value of that uniform is it is a reminder of the legitimate authority that they have in any particular context in which they're in. The same thing's true for how you do your business cards. So here you're looking at a business card of a gentleman, a Microsoft certified professional developer, and look at all of the different credentials that are listed on this business card: MCPD, VB, SQL, JavaScript. All of these are credentials, areas of, in some cases, expertise, but they're also credentials that really can reinforce legitimate authority as an expert. And again, this type of activity can be used not only to enhance the expertise power that we'll talk about in a minute, but also the legitimate authority, the legitimate power that you would have in a situation if we were, for example, developing software, developing code. Also pay attention to the job title, senior software engineer, not software engineer, senior software engineer. Job titles, reminders of those job titles are extremely powerful way to remind and reinforce the legitimate power that people have. So what I'd like you to do is think about legitimate power, because I recognize that many of you will be at the top of your organization, many of you will be in the middle of your organization, many of you will be near the bottom of the organization. And so what I'd like you to do is share ways that you can communicate legitimate power in your organization. And all of this is going to be contextual. What works to communicate legitimate power in your organization may be different than what works to communicate legitimate power in another organization. But how do you effectively communicate to your employees, to your team members? How do you communicate legitimate power? Share best practices, learn from each other. Because one of the important realities, the facts, is if you are always reinforcing or trying to communicate, I'm the boss, to your team members, you can imagine that if your boss was always trying to remind you that he or she is the boss, that's going to undermine that power. And so what are the effective strategies? What are the best practices that you can use to communicate this legitimate power? Engage in the discussion forum, share with each other the practices you use, and see if you can learn from each other and see if there are any common themes or maybe some differences that work in your environment that may or may not work in other environments. So you talked about strategies that you can use to communicate legitimate power. Symbols, artifacts, job titles, things of that sort. Now I want to share just a few more strategies that you can use to build your structural power before we go on to your personal and cognitive power bases. So the second strategy that I want to bring your attention to, and we've been doing a lot of research on this in recent years, is the degree to which you can emphasize your connections to other higher power positions or individuals. So it's almost legitimate power or reward power by association with these other higher power positions or individuals. Very effective strategy for you to think about. Obviously, you have to do it within reason. If you're always with your team or your team members emphasizing your connections to other higher power individuals or higher power positions, its effect will dissipate or become diluted over time. But used selectively, this can be a very effective strategy for enhancing your structural power base in your team, in your organization. Another strategy is to really think carefully about what we mean by rewards. In many cases, you're not going to have the formal power, if you will, to give out monetary rewards, or even if you do, to change the level of monetary reward in big ways. And so what you can think about doing in that case is expanding the concept of what we mean by rewards to include non-monetary rewards. The three that I often point people to and encourage you to pay attention to is support, benefits, and favors. These are rewards. These are needs that people have in your team, in your organization. And your ability to give people support when they need it, your ability to give benefits when people need them, on the job, task related, your ability to provide favors when people need them, those are examples of rewards. You don't have to be able to give out the bonus. You don't have to have the power to do the performance evaluation or give the bonus. You have power to give out rewards such as support, benefits, and favors, even if we're talking about to your boss or to external stakeholders. That is reward power, even when you're not in a formal position of authority. Very powerful. With coercion, I generally recommend as a strategy to avoid coercion or manipulation. Oftentimes, the short-term gain or the short-term win is simply not worth the long-term cost. So when you think about your structural base of power and your ability to force other people to do things, there is a time and place where you have to force, but it's rare. And on average, I would recommend that you try to avoid coercion, certainly manipulation, as a strategy. Now, punishment as a form of coercion, when people do not perform up to expectations or not deliver on promises they made, there is a time for that punishment, for that negative reinforcement that we've talked about when we talk about motivation. So there's a time and place, but generally, we find that more effective strategies are number 1, number 2, number 3. Use your symbols and artifacts to emphasize that legitimate power. Emphasize your connections to higher power positions or individuals. And for reward power, to really expand the concept of rewards to include those non-monetary support, benefits, and favors, because that really provides you with a lens or a path to enhancing your reward power in any relationship, even if that relationship was with your boss or those external stakeholders. Now let's talk about the strategies for building personal power. So we talked about the strategies for building structural power. So now let's turn our attention to personal power. Remember, the 3 bases of power for that personal base of power: expertise, information, referent. Expertise, I'm the expert in a particular topic. Information, I have information that's rare, valuable, that other people need and want. Referent, this is the charisma. This is the attraction that people have for you that gives you the power and the ability to influence in return. Expertise, information, referent. So how do we build these personal bases of power? The first strategy that I want to share with you is very similar to the strategy that we talked about with building our structural base of power. It's to identify the key areas of expertise or the key areas of information. You develop that knowledge, you develop that expertise, you gain access to that information, and then you make public that expertise via credentials, symbols, and artifacts. So if it's expert power, I have to figure out what are the areas of expertise that are important to my various stakeholders inside the organization, in my team, outside the organization. What are those key areas of expertise? I have to make sure I have those areas of expertise, that I have that knowledge. And then once I have that expertise, I have to make that expertise public. Credentials, symbols, artifacts, etc. So let me give you some examples. So for example, your business card oftentimes is a form of that credential. The doctors in the world, every doctor has an MD behind his or her name. That credential represents a level of expertise that has been validated. And so in your email signature, in your business card, think carefully about how you communicate these credentials to then illustrate that expertise. Diploma is another example of an artifact or a communication vehicle for communicating a certain level of expertise or information that you may have that others do not have. So when you walk into your lawyer's office or when you walk into your doctor's office, oftentimes up on the wall somewhere, you will see their credentials, their degree. That is a way of communicating to people that level of expertise. Military, for example, again, the emblems, the symbols that they wear on their uniforms communicate a certain level of achievement in terms of their expertise. Depending on what context you're in, and you are all coming at this from very different backgrounds, in very different settings, all around the world. And so what you really have to explore and define for yourself is, in my world, in my context, both my business, my organization, my team, but also culturally. Culturally, what are going to be the symbols, the artifacts that I can use to communicate to other people these credentials, this level of expertise, this level of information that you have achieved? So that's strategy one, is to think carefully about how you communicate that expertise, make it public in a way that is credible to the people you're trying to influence. The second strategy is to develop your persuasion ability. Now remember, you have expertise, you have information. It's only powerful to the extent you can use that expertise or information to then persuade or influence other people. So you have to be able to develop your persuasion ability, to be able to tell a story, to be able to communicate in a way that influences and persuades them with your expertise and information. And we will talk at various times throughout the leading people in team specialization about how you tell the story, how you craft your information in ways that will persuade people more effectively. Even in this particular course, you will learn different influence tactics about how you can craft an argument, how you can shape what you communicate and in what sequence you communicate. Next week, Maxim would be with you talking about different influence strategies, and he'll talk about some of these persuasion abilities and persuasion tactics that you can use to really influence people. So I would encourage you to pay particular attention to next week's topics, as well as the other times during the course where we talk about how do you craft a story that will stick with people and really resonate with people to motivate and influence their behavior. The third strategy is really to become a broker of information in your social or organizational network. And in week 3 of this course, Maxim will talk at length about what it means to be a broker of information in the social or organizational network. And what I mean by broker here is you have information that is not only rare and valuable, but information that other people want, and you are the broker of that information that enables other people in the organization to connect through you. That puts you in a very powerful position. And so the extent to which you can become that broker of information really enhances the degree to which you're able to use that information base of power to then influence other people in your team or your organization broadly. And then the fourth is to develop your charisma. If you go all the way back to course 1 in the Leading People in Team Specialization, you'll recall that we talked at length about the fact that one, charisma can be learned. You can learn how to be charismatic. And we talked about very specific strategies and tactics that you can use to increase the degree to which people see you as charismatic. Those strategies enable you to leverage that referent base of power to a greater degree. Now we're going to talk about strategies for building your cognitive power. We've talked about strategies for building your structural base of power, legitimate power, reward power, coercion. We've talked about strategies for building your personal base of power, whether that be expertise, information, or that referent or charisma base of power. Now I want to shift to these strategies for building what we call your cognitive power. Now remember, what we mean by cognitive power here is how you feel, how you think about yourself in any given situation. Do you feel powerful or do you feel powerless? I work with a lot of leaders around the world who are in extremely powerful positions, but because of the politics of the organization or how the organization works, they have to manage as if they have no power. Because even though they're in that really high power position, cognitively, they do not feel as if they have an extensive amount of power. They, in many cases, feel powerless. And so a lot of the work is, how do we enable them to feel powerful so that we can get the benefits of power, but also while minimizing the risk or the potential cost of that power? And so our research is pointing us to some strategies that we can use to really begin to build and enhance that cognitive power, irregardless of whether you're in that power position or not. And so the first strategy that we often talk about actually goes right back to the research I shared with you earlier this week around priming that feeling of powerful versus powerless. And if we look at how researchers prime that powerful versus powerless mindset in people, we can begin to learn strategies that we can implement ourselves to shape our own mindset and make us feel more powerful than powerless. So, for example, one of the strategies that researchers often use to make people feel more powerful or more powerless, if we want people to feel more powerful, we have them engage in open body postures. And if you took part in the first course of the specialization around inspiring and motivating people, we talked about charisma. We talked about how you carry yourself, your body posture in terms of motivating and inspiring other people. The open body posture was an example of that. So these slides, or this slide here, will look familiar to those folks, where we talked about a closed body posture, where you're smaller, you're very tight, you've got your arms crossed, your legs crossed. That's what we call a closed body posture. And that body posture is associated with a mindset of feeling powerless or low power, versus that more open body posture where I'm sitting back, my chest is bigger, I'm taking up more space. That open body posture, my hands are out, I'm almost hugging, if you will, my audience. That open body posture is associated with a high power or a mindset of being powerful, a feeling of being powerful. Very important for how you think about creating a mindset for yourself. The more you engage in this open, high-power body posture, the more likely you are to feel powerful. And the data is very clear on this. So as you can see here, these high-power body positions, hands on the hips, hands out, these are, according to our research, some of the body posture, these open body postures that really put you into a mindset of thinking and feeling powerful as opposed to powerless. And as we talked about in the earlier course, these open body postures, they not only have an effect on how other people see you, they have an actual physiological impact, a physiological effect on your body. Your testosterone hormone, for example, when you're in that high power body posture, that open body posture, your energy hormone, testosterone, increases, 20% increase in energy. Your cortisol hormone, the stress hormone, decreases 25% when you're in that high power body posture. And these physiological effects shape how you think and feel, putting you into this more powerful mindset as opposed to powerless mindset. Again, open body posture is a way that you can prime yourself to begin to think and feel powerful. And you don't have to do this in the accompaniment of other people. You can do this in the privacy of your own office, privacy of your own house before you leave the office that day. Our research shows that these physiological effects are long-lasting. They don't just go away immediately. They actually last over time. So use that open body posture to prime that feeling of powerful for yourself. Another strategy that researchers use is to give people feedback or to create reminders of your position power. So if I remind you that you're in a position of power, legitimate authority, for example, reminding yourself of that, finding creative ways to remind yourself or to solicit and receive feedback on that position of power. Very powerful way for you to build that cognitive, that feeling of powerful as opposed to powerless. Those simple feedback mechanisms or those reminders. And then thirdly, and this is a very interesting and I think powerful way to elicit this feeling of power, is a lot of researchers, some of which I've shared with you this week in the course, what they do is they ask people to recall an incident, an experience that you were personally involved in where you had power over someone else. Simply asking you to describe the situation, write about it, write a short paragraph about it, describe the situation, and importantly, describe how you felt in that moment. If you can remind yourself, whether you write it down or not, but if you can remind yourself of experiences, of times in your life, of incidents where you did have power and you felt that power, what our research shows is that can elicit that same feeling of powerful as opposed to powerless, even if you're in a position where you don't have that legitimate or formal authority. So one strategy for building cognitive power is to emulate or copy how researchers prime power in people they're studying. Open body postures, feedback reminders on the position power that you do have, and then even in times where you don't have that position power, force yourself to recall an incident in which you had power over someone else, describe that situation, describe how you felt. You won't even realize it, but psychologically and even physiologically, you are changing and really embracing this powerful mindset as opposed to powerless. The second strategy that I will call your attention to, and again, this goes back to the conversation that we had a while ago around the beliefs and stereotypes that can enhance our power or can constrain our power. I would encourage you to challenge the beliefs that you've identified that can constrain the power, and then really harness the beliefs that enhance that cognitive power. So for example, if you have beliefs about, we talked about gender, if you have beliefs about men and women, really challenge those beliefs. Or if you see other people having these beliefs about gender and its effect with power, really challenge those beliefs. I do this with my students all the time, where they will make statements about gender and the effects in the workplace. And I'll really challenge those beliefs and those stereotypes. Is it about the gender? What can we do to overcome those stereotypes so that both men and women can have that feeling of being powerful as opposed to powerless? We have to challenge those stereotypes. Same thing's true with age and tenure. In many cases, in many of the organizations I work in, I look relatively young compared to the people that I'm working with. That look can be deceiving to a lot of people. And so I often have to challenge that belief or that stereotype in terms of what we look like, in terms of age, for example, and what that means in terms of our power, or organizational tenure would be another example. But you have to challenge your own beliefs and challenge the beliefs and stereotypes of others as a strategy for really building that cognitive power, that feeling that we are powerful, not powerless. We've talked a lot about power. We've defined power. We've talked about the benefits, the potential risks and cost of power. Most recently, we talked about how you build your power, very specific strategies and tactics that you can use to build your structural power, your personal power, and even that cognitive, that feeling of being powerful as opposed to powerless. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the idea that with power comes great responsibility. And we have many examples in our research where we've found the extent that people will go when they're granted authority, when they're granted power over others. Maxim will share with you some very provocative, very powerful examples later in this course of some experiments that Stanley Milgram has done around power. that I think will reinforce this idea. But there's a great quote: "With great power comes great responsibility." And the Zimbardo experiments back in the 1970s, conducted at Stanford, are a great reminder of just how much responsibility comes with power. And remember, power can come from anywhere. It doesn't come just from the formal position that you have. You're the expert, you're the authority, you have information, you have charisma that other people are attracted to. You don't have to be in positions of authority, formal positions, to enact that charisma, to enact your expertise or the information power that you have. The Stanford prison experiment, I think, is a wonderful example to study, to understand just how much responsibility comes with great power. And in this study, Zimbardo and his colleagues put participants in the study into different positions. They were in a prison, a makeshift experimental prison, not an actual prison, but on the Stanford campus. And some of the participants were assigned to be the prison guards, and some participants were assigned to be the prisoners. And then they were essentially asked to act out and live as if they were in a prison. And what over time, what actually happened was that the guards took advantage of their power and ultimately used that power to take advantage of, and even in some cases torture their fellow participants, even though the power was fictional and made up as part of the experiment. And a scary aspect of the study was that the participants who felt powerless, who were the prisoners, allowed it to happen as well. And it just goes to show you just how much responsibility comes with power, because even in a situation, an experiment on the Stanford campus, where really there's no cost, no formal cost to stepping up and saying that something's wrong here, we shouldn't be doing this. But when granted power, people will take advantage of it. And when put or assigned into a position of being powerless, people can embrace that mindset as well, and will allow people to wield authority over them, even when that authority is fictional or made up. And that's a study that's always stood out to me as a really good reminder of just how much responsibility comes with the power that we've talked about this week, and the influence that power affords us to have in many situations, in our organizations, in our teams, even at home with our families as well. That study motivated a colleague of mine, Katie DeCellis, myself, and some of our other colleagues. We did a study a couple years ago where we got really interested in what power would do to people's behavior, whether they were self-interested or other-oriented, and whether they would keep value for themselves or whether they would give value to others. And the big question that we were asking was, does power corrupt or does power enable? And we found the answer is both. Power can corrupt, like we saw in the Stanford experiment back in the 1970s, but power can enable as well. And what we found it to depend on, we had a control condition where we didn't influence or prime people with power in any way. But then we had a condition where people were primed to feel and think as if they were powerful as opposed to powerless. So that's our high power condition here. And what you see on the y-axis is a higher number represents that the individual in the experiment, when given the opportunity to take or give, take value for themselves personally or give value to the team. The higher the score here, the more they took for themselves. The lower the score, the less they took for themselves, and the more they gave to the team. And what you see here is people in the high power condition. Some of them took more value for themselves and kept that value. Other people in that same condition who also felt powerful, they gave more value to the team. And what we found is it depended on a personality trait, if you will, that we identified and called moral identity. And we define moral identity as the extent to which a person holds morality as part of his or her self-concept or identity. So some of us have morality as a core part of how we define ourselves. Other people, it doesn't mean morality is unimportant, but it's just not how we define ourselves. Morality is not one of those 3 or 4 core dimensions upon which we would define who we are as a person. What we found is that for people who have moral identity as one of these core pillars of self-definition and defining who I am as a person, those individuals, when given power, used that power to create value for the team or the organization, other people. But for people who did not have morality as a core defining feature of themselves, they actually used that power to take more value for themselves. And so for me, this was a turning point of how I thought about power in organizations, and whether power corrupted or whether power enabled. Is it really depends on who we're giving the power to and how those individuals think about morality in their own self-concept and their identity. And so I would encourage you to think about people in your life. Maybe it's your boss. Maybe it's that next person you're going to hire into that really high power position. Maybe it's yourself in terms of your own identity, your own self-concept. And are you a person who's going to use power to create value for the team, to create value for the organization, and give that value away? Or are you going to use power for self-interest and to take that value? And ultimately, that is a choice. And that choice, we find in our research, is largely conditional or determined by who we are as an individual and how important that moral identity is to our definition of self. Really important, fascinating research. So let's do a quick recap on building your base of power. And again, all of this is about how do you build your base of power so that you have the ability to influence other people, whether it's people up the organization, your boss, whether it's across the organization, down, or even external. So we've talked a little bit about our Michigan model of leadership that you see again here. Whether you're trying to influence people to drive change, whether you're trying to influence people to build community and foster teamwork, whether you're trying to influence people to deliver results, work under pressure, whether you're trying to influence people to follow a certain process or a certain structure to optimize efficiency. No matter what you're trying to influence them to do, you have to have that base of power so that you can influence them. In this course, what we've done first is we define power. We define power largely as your control over the resources that people value. That control is relative and contextual. You can walk into one meeting and be the most powerful person in that room. You can walk into a different meeting and be the least powerful person in that room, yet you're the same person in the same position. It's just relative to other people. Very important to understand. It's also important to understand that your control over resources that are valued varies. That control varies, but also what resources and what's valuable to people also varies. Very important to keep in mind. So make sure that you have a clear definition of power that understands it's relative, it's contextual, and it is dynamic. And in some cases, the power is actual. It can be very well defined. You can write it down. Legitimate power, for example, that comes from the hierarchy versus expertise, which is oftentimes perceptual. Who's the expert in the room? That's a perception. Keep those things in mind. So we talked about the clear benefits, the clear cost. Your job as a leader in your team, in your organization, is to ensure that you are taking advantage of the benefits of your power and other people's power, but then putting into place the checks, the balances, so that your team, your organization is not incurring the cost of that power. Overconfidence, not listening to others, self-focus, etc. So keep in mind both those benefits and the cost. Then we talked about the bases of power: personal, cognitive, and structural. Now, you may be at the top of your organization and have all the structural power in the world. You still have to remember the bases of power that come from the personal and the cognitive. Oftentimes, your effectiveness in terms of your influencing other people relies on your ability to not only use the structural, but also the personal and cognitive. At the same time, let's assume for a moment you're at the bottom of your organizational chart. You do not have the legitimate structural authority, that power. You can still enhance your power, thus your ability to influence other people, by focusing on the personal basis of power and or the cognitive basis of power. So again, even if you do not have the formal authority, you still can enhance the personal and the cognitive basis of power. We then talked about how you develop each of those bases of power: personal, structural, and cognitive. So you now have some very clear strategies and tactics that you can use to enhance that power. We then talked about with great power comes great responsibility. Do not lose sight of the power that you do have, the influence that that can have on other people, and ultimately the responsibility that that entails for you as a leader in your team, your organization, both today as well as into the future.
Hello, it's great to see you again. I hope you're doing well. This week we're talking about influence and persuasion, but with a key qualifier: influence and persuasion without formal authority. So we're going to be discussing those situations where you either do not have or cannot exercise formal authority, that power that stems from your title, your formal rank in the organization. And I'm very excited to have this discussion with you for a number of reasons. First of all, it's an absolutely fundamental leadership skill. By definition, leadership is an influence process. I hope you can immediately see relevance for influencing upward, influencing your boss, your manager, standing in front of an executive committee and pitching an idea, a business case, securing a sponsor for your project. For lateral influence, where you have to influence your teammates, and even for downward influence, we live in a day and age where you can't just order people around, you have to influence and persuade them. It's also really important for us to have this conversation now because we're undergoing massive changes in organizational design and how companies are organized. We used to live in the world of predominantly vertically structured organizations, where most large companies were organized around these deep verticals focused on products, services, geographies. That's no longer the case. Most large companies have some elements of a matrix structure in place, where you simultaneously organize by products and customer groups, by customer groups and geographies. Many small companies are increasingly project-driven and are organized around projects. What that means, first of all, is that the verticals are much flatter now. Organizations are much flatter than they used to be. You don't have the same deep well of formal power to go to. And secondly, perhaps more importantly for us, is that a lot more activity in organizations is now happening in these white spaces in between the verticals. And this is where your ability to rely on your formal rank, your formal authority, is very much limited. And you have to rely on influence and persuasion. In contemporary economies, which are very interconnected, think about the need to influence stakeholders outside of organizational boundaries, your customers, your suppliers, your strategic partners. Again, your ability to rely on formal authority there is significantly limited. It only takes you that far. I would like for us to start the discussion of influence and persuasion with the notion of social proof. Take a look at these two cards. Which line from the right card matches the length of the line on the left card? Which one is it? This is not a vision test. Although to participants who first participated in the study, it was presented exactly as a test of visual judgment. But in reality, it is a test of social influence and conformity designed by Salman Ash. Take a look. What Salman Ash has found is that when comparing lines individually, participants provided correct responses in more than 99% of the cases. But under group pressure, when you have 5 or 6 Confederates speaking up before you and providing a wrong response, 76% of participants yielded to group pressure and provided a wrong response at least once. The question is, why did they do this? Some said that they just wanted to avoid the discomfort of disagreeing with the group. They didn't want to appear deviant compared to the group. This is what we often refer to as normative pressure. But there was a more disturbing effect, which is in post-experimental interviews, some participants said that they felt that the majority had to be right and they had to be wrong. So we can genuinely distort our judgment under group pressure. And this is what we refer to as informational influence. And it brings us to the notion of social proof, which is a situation that we often don't know if this is the right idea, if this is a good business case, if this is a worthy proposal, if this is acceptable behavior. And the easiest way for us to resolve that uncertainty is to look around and see what others are doing. Take a look at another example of social proof that comes from studies by Salman Ash. Social proof is an incredibly powerful influence tactic. You can often influence people without people even realizing that they're being influenced. What I'm about to show you is arguably the most consequential study of social proof in the history of social sciences. It was carried out by David Phillips, who is a sociologist at the University of California, San Diego. He studied the connection between front-page coverage of suicide in newspapers and commercial airplane fatalities, non-commercial airplane fatalities, and motor vehicle fatalities. What he found is that shortly after the story of a suicide comes out on the front page of a newspaper, which is day 0 on these graphs, he registered a statistically significant spike in all these different kinds of fatalities. Again, commercial airplane fatalities, non-commercial airplane fatalities, and motor vehicle fatalities. Sometimes the increase in fatalities was as significant as 1,000%, and it persisted for about 7 to 10 days. What was particularly powerful about his findings is that the statistically significant spike in fatalities was limited to those geographies where suicide were particularly highly publicized. His explanation for those findings was that we often don't know what to do with our lives. We're uncertain. And front-page coverage of suicides legitimizes that behavior for us. It makes it more acceptable. And you have people crashing cars and pilots crashing planes. Since these studies came out, it is very rare that you will see prominent placement of a suicide story in any newspaper. On a more positive note, you can use social proof to build an entire company. Listen to Alex Zalaski's discussion of the idea behind founding the company called O-Power. As you can see in this case, the entire company is built on the concept of social proof. They're influencing people to conserve energy use by comparing their energy consumption to their neighbors. I should also tell you that the founders of this company were very effective at influencing the regulators to make sure that O-Power is adopted by utility companies as one of the tools to develop and propagate efficient energy use practices. So this company is truly based on influence, on 360 influence, if you will. As you can see from the example of O-Power, you can use social proof in a very practical and very pragmatic way to change people's behavior. I want to give you another example of such a practical application of social proof? It comes from a fascinating field experiment conducted by Noah Goldstein, Robert Cialdini, and their colleagues. A hotel in the southwest of the United States wanted to influence its guests toward more environmentally friendly practices and save some money along the way by asking their guests to reuse their towels. The hotel management and the scholars approached one group of guests with a message about saving the environment. It read, "You can show your respect for nature and help save the environment by reusing your towels during your stay." And they approached another group of guests with a message that activated social proof. Join your fellow guests in helping save the environment. The message stated that almost 75% of guests who are asked to participate in our new resource savings program do so by reusing their towels more than once. What they found is that guests that received the second message that activated social proof were 26% more likely to reuse their towels. Unfortunately, social proof sometimes can impede positive action. There are studies showing that in situations of emergency, we're likely to help others in over 90% of the cases. But the moment we're surrounded by two or more passive bystanders, people who don't offer help in situations of emergency, we're not likely to help either. Only 16% of us would help. So social proof is one of these tactics that we fall prey to on a daily basis. That canned laughter in the background of comedy series. There are studies showing that when we hear that laughter, we think that the show is funny and we're much more likely to laugh ourselves. Bestseller lists, benchmarking, 4 out of 5 dentists recommended, even if they only spoke to 5 dentists. All these are tactics to activate social proof. Every time your team engages in the public vote, you're activating social proof because people who are uncertain are much more likely to follow the majority. So the idea of activating social proof is you need to show that similar others are doing what you're asking this person to do. Keep in mind that social proof is particularly powerful when the conditions are uncertain and when the cited source is very similar to the person you're trying to influence. Think also of the ways to mitigate social proof. So for example, if you happen to be in the majority, calling for a public vote is a very effective strategy. But if you happen to be in the minority, calling for a public vote might not necessarily be the most effective strategy because social proof would be working against you. So think of ways, concrete ways to mitigate social proof. Using a private vote, using surveys or face-to-face meetings to collect information. Any strategy that would create conditions where you're not seeing the majority of people endorsing a particular view.
When I think about formal power, I find that to be the most ineffective type of leadership, right? Formal power is somebody tells you need to do something. When you work in a culture with a lot of really smart people, they always start with the why. And so I think, an easy out is tell people to do things. I mean, I run a big department. I tell people to do things. The problem with the tell is that you reflect all day then. And either people push back or you push back on yourself because that's the culture. So I think when you can get people to follow because they believe in the decision or the answer or the outcome, it's a much more effective style of leadership. And I think that's something that builds over time. You've got to get people to trust you. They've got to trust your instinct. We recently had a big project, and the team came and they presented the project, and it was really missing a very key element. And it was really pretty costly to fix the mistake, if you want to call it a mistake. But I think it was a really important messaging. And so, I tried with the first person and we had some dialogue and they kind of didn't necessarily buy into it. And so we wound up in a room with 10 people looking and examining the issue. And, it was one of these moments, one of these case studies that you all use in business school where it was, can you sway the jury? And by the end of the discussion, it was getting one person, not myself, but getting someone else to say, I could never use this because it would be offensive to somebody. And that was enough to sway everybody. So it was, I think in really important decision making, if you can find someone who doesn't necessarily have the authority to make the decision, but is viewed by their peers as someone that has really good influencing skills or just good judgment, if you can get that person on your side, it's easier for people to feel like they're following without being forced.
I would like for us to talk about authority and influence. And this might sound utterly confusing to you because I specifically told you that we're discussing influence and persuasion without authority. But the idea here is that we often respond to and comply with mere symbols and signs of authority, not actual authority. I would like to describe to you a classic experiment done by Stanley Milgram, who disguised this experiment as a memory exercise. So there are teachers and students involved. Teachers would read strings of words to students, and students would be asked to recite those words back to the teachers. If the student made a mistake, the teacher was asked to administer electric shock to the student. In front of every teacher there was a dashboard with 30 separate switches, where every switch increased voltage of the shock in 15-volt increments. And with every mistake, the teacher was asked to increase the voltage of the shock. The question Milgram was asking is, how many people would go all the way to 450 volts? Take a look. When Stanley Milgram polled experienced medical psychiatrists and asked them to estimate how many people would comply and use the shock, their estimate said that on average, about 3.7% of participants would administer a shock of 300 volts, and no more than 0.1% would go all the way to 450 volts. In reality, what Milgram found is that 100% of participants in some of his studies administered 300 volts, and about 2/3 went all the way to 450 volts and administered at least twice until he told them to stop. All of this because there's a person in the position of authority in the room, the experimenter, wearing a white lab coat telling you to continue. I take the responsibility, even though you're the one pulling the switch. This studies came out in the aftermath of the Second World War, where we really struggled to understand how it was possible that the Nazis set up such an elaborate web of concentration camps. Who could possibly work there? The conclusion that Milgram reached based on these studies is that if the Americans ever wanted to do something like this, they could fight all the personnel in one mid-sized American town. We're so blindly compliant with authority. So the idea of authority is that we respond to mere signs and symbols of authority, not necessarily actual authority, like that white lab coat of the experimenter. There's a long and very robust line of research documenting the effect of titles. So for example, in one of the studies, over 95% of professionally trained nurses were willing to administer an unsafe dosage of unauthorized medication just because the person who ordered it introduced himself as a doctor on the phone. Trappings. In many countries in the world, if the car in front of you is not moving on a green light, you tend to honk. Well, guess what? There are studies showing that the car in front of us is newer and more expensive. We'll wait longer before we honk. That's our subconscious compliance with authority. The way you dress. In some studies, scholars simulated shoplifting. And when a shoplifter was wearing a suit and a tie, they were significantly less likely to be reported compared to someone who was wearing casual clothes. Or when a jaywalker, a person crossing the street on a red light, was wearing a suit and a tie, people were 3.5 times as likely to follow as someone who was wearing more casual clothes. In some of the studies, a person approached strangers and asked for a couple of coins for somebody else for a parking meter across the street. And when the person making the request was wearing civilian clothes, the compliance rate was below 50%. But the moment that person was redressed in the uniform of a security guard, the compliance rate shot up to well over 90%. So think of using authority as an influence tactic. Do not underestimate the power of business attire. Develop your reputation for being an expert. Show that high-status people support your ideas. Indicate your expertise through industry-specific knowledge, jargon. Mention your degrees. And you can be subtle about this. You don't necessarily have to tell everybody that you have an MBA, but you can say, look, I'm going to look into this issue by digging something up from my MBA coursework. And on the receiving end, always check if the authority is legitimate and pertinent to the situation. You may recall that in courses 1 and 2, we talked about how cognitive biases can impact the accuracy with which we evaluate the performance of others. Well, it turns out that some of these cognitive biases can transform into very powerful influence weapons, and I would like for us to talk about those. I'll start with the availability bias, or availability heuristic, which states that we tend to be particularly influenced by vivid, salient, readily available information, something that's easily retrievable from memory. In the context of performance appraisals, you may recall we talked that we're particularly influenced by the most recent meetings, the most recent interactions with a particular employee when assigning their performance evaluation scores. Take a look at the already familiar video of Alex Lasky introducing O-Power, just the first 2 minutes of it, and identify the uses of availability heuristic in that short segment. I'm sure you've noticed the active use of visual imagery. He shows you the amount of coal that in theory is necessary to power a light bulb for a year. Then he talks about energy losses, and he shows you the actual amount of coal that's necessary to power a light bulb for a year by bringing an entire wheelbarrow of coal onto the stage. Could have just shown you a slide with the numbers, so many ounces and grams versus so many pounds and kilos, but he chose to show you the actual amounts of coal. This is a very effective use of availability bias and availability heuristic for influence purposes. It makes the story of O-Power very vivid, very memorable, very salient. Stories help in activating availability heuristic. So in addition to giving a slide with declining customer satisfaction scores, bring a dissatisfied customer into the meeting and ask her to tell her story. Instead of giving your customer a flyer describing the features of a product, let them experience the prototype. That again is a way to activate availability heuristic. At this point, I'm going to ask you to fill out a quick online poll, which asks you to make a series of choices. Take a couple of minutes to do it. As you can see, I've presented you with a series of options. In the first question, I asked you to choose between a sure chance of winning 500 and a 50% chance of winning 1,000. And in the second set of options, I asked you to choose between a sure chance of losing 500 and a 50% chance of losing 1,000. And you can see that in the first set of options, we overwhelmingly prefer a sure win of 500. In the second set of options, we go for probabilities. We choose a 50% chance of losing 1,000. So when we're talking about gains, we choose a more certain option, sure 500. When we talk about losses, we tend to opt for a gamble for probabilities. This very simple poll reveals a great insight about human behavior, which is often discussed as the framing bias under the rubric of the prospect theory. It was first discovered by Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. Daniel Kahneman is a social psychologist, the only social psychologist to win the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2002. And Amos Tversky would have won it too, but he had passed away a few years before the Nobel was announced. And as you know, Nobels are not awarded posthumously. The idea of a framing bias is that when an option is framed to us as a gain, we become more risk-averse. When we talk about gains, we go for that sure 500 outcome. But when an option is framed to us as a loss, we become more risk-seeking. We turn to gambles. We go for that 50% chance of losing 1,000. Let me give you a more practical managerial example. In several studies, managers were asked the following question. A large car manufacturer has recently been hit with a number of economic difficulties, and it appears that as if 3 plants need to be closed and 6,000 employees laid off. The VP of production has been exploring alternative ways to avoid the crisis, and she has developed 2 plans. Which plan would you select? Half of the managers received the following options. Plan A, this plan will save 1 of the 3 plants and 2,000 jobs. Plan B has a 1/3 probability of saving all 3 plants and all 6,000 jobs, but has a 2/3 probability of saving no plants and no jobs. And the second group of managers received the following options. This plan, Plan A, will result in the loss of 2 of the 3 plants and 4,000 jobs. Plan B has 2/3 probability of resulting in the loss of all 3 plants and all 6,000 jobs, and has 1/3 probability of losing no plants and no jobs. I'd like you to pause the video and compare the 2 sets of options. Take a couple minutes to do so. What I'm sure you realized is that the options across the 2 sets are identical substantively. The only thing that's different is the verbal presentation of the options. In the first set of options, they're framed as gains. In the second set of options, they're framed as losses. And look at what happens when these same options are framed as gains. Over 80% of managers choose Plan A, which is a safer option, a more certain option. Recall that when something is framed to us as a gain, we become risk averse. But when we reframe the same option as losses, our preferences change, and managers begin to prefer Plan B over Plan A. Recall that when something is framed to us as a loss, we become more risk-seeking, so more likely to go with the riskier option, which is Plan B. The idea here is that you can influence people toward more risk-seeking or more risk-averse behaviors by framing a particular idea, a particular proposal, as either a gain or a loss. And in most cases, you can reframe the same idea as either a gain or a loss. So for example, I can frame a proposal as a gain. We should enter into this market because we can gain 11% in market share. Or I can frame the same idea as a loss. By not entering into this market, we're missing out on the opportunity to gain 11% in market share. It's the second framing that will influence my audience toward more risk-seeking behaviors. Hiring Jack is critical. His experience will enable us to capture the unique opportunity to transform the organization to support cross-selling. That option frames a particular proposal as a gain, would make our audience more risk-averse, but I can reframe the same option as a loss and therefore influence the audience toward more risk-seeking behaviors. Hiring Jack is critical. Lacking his experience, we can miss the unique opportunity to transform the organization to support cross-selling. Get this new product and its unique benefits. Don't miss out on this new product and its unique benefits. So keep in mind the verbal framing of your proposals and the implications that framing carries for influence. And the final bias and influence tactic that I would like for us to discuss is anchoring, which is based on the idea that when we have an initial estimate on the table, it could be a budget estimate, a cost estimate, a growth estimate, an initial offer to the customer, we only incrementally adjust off of that estimate, off of that starting value. Let me give you an illustration. In several studies, including those we did at Michigan, managers were asked the following question. A newly hired engineer for a computer company in the Boston area has 6 years of experience and good all-around qualifications. When asked to estimate the starting salary for this employee, my administrative assistant, knowing little about the profession or the industry, guessed an annual salary of X. What is your estimate? Half of the managers received a guess of $70,000. Another half, a guess of $120,000. And you can see that we got a nice $14,000 difference out of this, which was statistically significant. And the guess, the initial estimate by the administrative assistant, is purely arbitrary. In negotiations, there's a lot of research showing that if you start the negotiation with the first offer, you're going to be substantially better off at the end of the negotiation because the subsequent discussions will revolve around that initial estimate. When you speak up in meetings first, you have an opportunity to anchor the discussion. And in most cases, you can anchor the discussion with either a low or a high value. For example, in a discussion of a budget planning meeting, I can throw a low anchor. Our last year's IT budget was $1.5 million, or I can use a high anchor, which is our top competitor's average IT budget is around $2.3 million. In setting goals and objectives, I can lead the discussion with a low anchor. I can say that the average rate of sales growth in the industry is 5%, or I can choose to open the discussion with a high anchor. The average rate of sales growth of 4 of our largest competitors is 7.5%. In discussing performance, I can again start with a low anchor. There was a 2.5% increase in the number of key accounts company-wide. Or I can choose to start with a high anchor. Our leading office has increased the number of key accounts by 9%. So going forward, keep in mind those three key biases: availability, framing, and anchoring, all of which transform into very powerful influence tactics. These influence tactics constitute a significant addition to your portfolio of influence tools. It turns out that a lot of our behavior falls in the category of fixed action patterns. What that means is that we have a stimulus in the environment, and we respond to that stimulus very quickly, automatically, without necessarily engaging our mind, without thinking about that response too much. Somebody says thank you, you say you're welcome. Somebody sneezes, you say bless you. You don't necessarily think about those responses for too long. It turns out that a lot of our compliance, and therefore influence, could be understood through these fixed action patterns. Social proof and authority tactics that we discussed earlier fall into the category of fixed action patterns. So do liking, scarcity, and reciprocity, which we're about to discuss now. Robert Cialdini, who is a psychologist at Arizona State University, did a lot of influential work on the subject, really raising our levels of awareness with respect to the importance of these tactics. At this point, I'd like to take you back in time all the way to 1960, which was the year of the first televised presidential debate in the United States between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. Before the debate, Nixon refused professional makeup. In contrast, Kennedy hired a professional studio makeup artist to obtain this very healthy, TV-friendly glow. Throughout the debate, Nixon appeared very pale, nervous, sweaty. He kept wiping off sweat throughout the entire debate and came across significantly less likable than Kennedy. After the debate, the polls were incredibly revealing. Nixon was viewed as the winner of the debate by radio listeners, none of whom saw the imagery I'm showing you now. But Kennedy was viewed as an overwhelming winner of the debate by the TV viewers. And this brings us to the importance of liking, which is a very powerful influence tactic. We tend to be influenced by, and we're more likely to say yes to the requests coming from people we know and like. Now, how do you get liked? Physical attractiveness helps, and drawing on similarities. There's a lot of research and applied psychology on the importance of physical attractiveness. Physically attractive waitresses get higher tips. You can see the studies that I'm showing you here. Physically attractive candidates received more than 2.5 times the vote of unattractive ones in Canadian federal elections. Attractive defendants are twice as likely to avoid incarceration as unattractive defendants. Recall from our discussion of performance evaluations under the rubric of implicit personality theory that we tend to assign all sorts of positive attributes to physically attractive individuals. Greater levels of social competence, intellect, integrity, and even status. So how do you manufacture liking? Personal appearance matters. Dress neatly. Keep in mind also that business attire, formal business attire, triggers the authority influence tactic. Emphasize similarities with the person you're trying to influence. Those could range from, you and I went to the same school, we both cheer for the same football club, or our children happen to be in the same age group. Engage in dialogue prior to making requests. Research by Dariusz Dolinsky showed that those who engaged in dialogue prior to making the request attained levels of compliance that were about 3 times higher than those who started with a monologue and proceeded with a request. And that initial dialogue can be very short. Hey, how are you feeling today? Waiting for the response, and then asking, can you help me with this? As opposed to a monologue, hey, can you do this for me? The second tactic I would like for us to discuss here is based on the premise of scarcity. It turns out that we assign more value to things and items we perceive as being less available. Again, it's one of those influence tactics that we all fall prey to on a daily basis. Buy now while supplies last, limited time offer, there are only 3 tickets remaining at this price. All of these are marketing tricks to activate scarcity. The effect of scarcity sometimes are borderline ridiculous, where in some studies, people were offered same cookies from 2 different jars. In one jar, there were 2 cookies. In the second jar, there were 10. The cookies that came from the first jar with 2 cookies in it were deemed consistently more delicious. Again, same cookie. To activate scarcity, you want to emphasize the uniqueness of opportunities. So for example, this is a unique opportunity to join our team in a period of fast growth and expansion. It has to be true, of course. Limited quantities. Lululemon is particularly known for strategically managing their levels of inventory, so you're always scrambling to get that new yoga shirt. Apple too, with every new product release, they create this buzz around shortages in inventory. Emphasizing time constraints, exclusive information, actual scarcity. I would like to give you an example of using scarcity as an influence tactic that I find particularly amusing. For those of you who are hockey fans, you may remember that several years ago, the Pittsburgh Penguins, which is an NHL team, moved into a new arena. To complete the construction of the facility of that magnitude, you need to do a stress test of your plumbing system. The way you test your plumbing system is you flush all of your toilets at the same time. This particular hockey arena had 400 toilets. So the team was looking for 400 flushers to come in and flush the toilets. But look at the ad on the ESPN website. Students already involved in the ticketing program can enter for a chance to win, to be a flusher. It's a brilliant use of the scarcity tactic. Another tactic I would like for us to discuss is reciprocity. It's based on this very powerful premise that we as human beings are unwilling to accumulate social debt. And when we do, we're obligated to reciprocate. Obtaining a high response rate to surveys is an important outcome in a variety of fields. We collect information through surveys from our customers, from our suppliers, from our strategic partners. What Jameson Bolstein showed is that when you include a $5 check with the request to complete the survey, that generates the response rate that was more than twice as high as in the condition when you promise people a $50 check upon the completion of the survey. You're already holding something in your hands. You're obligated to reciprocate. The personalized address labels that you receive with requests for donations from numerous nonprofits, that's a very strategic way to activate reciprocity and use it as an influence tactic. In fact, there's a study done of one of the nonprofits, Disabled American Veterans, that found that once they started to include these personalized address labels with requests for donations, the response rate nearly doubled from 18% to 35%. So how do we use reciprocity? Offer resources, help, collaboration. Consider both social and professional resources. What I mean by this is that we can help with work-related projects, but we can help with issues and challenges outside of work too. So for example, your colleagues' kids might be interested in tennis, and you happen to know a competent tennis instructor who is available. If you cannot help directly, think of how your contacts can help. We often don't help because we underestimate the reach and the resources available in our network. So I may not know a tennis instructor directly, but some of my contacts may. So going forward, keep in mind liking, scarcity, and reciprocity as 3 very powerful influence tactics that we're adding to your portfolio of influence tools. I'd like you to watch the first 2 minutes of the TED Talk by Hans Rosling, who is a professional of international health at Karolinska Institute. Just the first 2 minutes. And as you've watched that video, think whether you find Hans Rosling's message influential. Why or why not? Take a look. Do you find his message influential? I personally do. And I'm guessing that the majority of 10 million viewers who watch his TED Talk online would probably agree with me. But let me articulate the basis for my argument. Heath brothers, who are scholars at Stanford and Duke, identified the characteristics of sticky messages, those messages that are particularly influential. And I believe that Hans Rosling hits it out of the ballpark on every single dimension of sticky messages. His message is simple, which helps us remember. He describes developing world in terms of large families and short life expectancies. And he describes developed countries in terms of small families and long life expectancies. And he shows us how the two converged. His message is unexpected at times, which helps him capture our attention. He compares students and professors of an elite Karolinska Institute to monkeys. His message is very concrete. Through survey data, he shows us exactly that some of our preconceived notions about the world can be erroneous. Hans Rosling comes across as very credible. In just a few short seconds in the introduction, he tells you that he'd been teaching global development for nearly 10 years, that he has about 20 years of experience working with African institutions on the problem of hunger. He also tells you about the credibility of the data. He has very reliable data on fertility rates and life expectancies worldwide since about 1962. His message is very emotional. He makes you think about such things as child mortality. He's very enthusiastic, very passionate about the subject, which is contagious. And finally, he tells you stories. He shares with you that he was personally very anxious and insecure about teaching this course to Swedish undergraduates for the first time. Those personal stories make the argument more memorable. It turns out that the pace of your speech, how fast you talk, can make you more or less influential. So on this slide, I have a graph where on the x-axis, we have your pace of speech in terms of words per minute. And on the y-axis, we have your ability to persuade others. What do you think is the association? Draw your prediction. How fast do you need to talk to be most influential? The relationship is actually curvilinear in nature. You're most effective when you speak at about 190 to 195 words per minute. You're perceived as more knowledgeable, more intelligent, and more objective than someone who speaks more slowly. Now, the moment you hit and exceed about 220 words per minute, your audience begins to struggle. With comprehension, people also have a hard time differentiating between weak and strong arguments. You might wonder where Hans Rosling is on this graph. And you can see that he hits the effective range pretty well. He averages between 156 and 218 words per minute. I'm sure a lot of you have the intuition that our nonverbals, our body poses, our gestures can make us more or less influential. Many of you may remember the old research on the closed versus open body poses. So a closed body pose is crossed arms, crossed legs. Those body poses impede the delivery of our message. Open body poses, open arms, facilitate the delivery of the message. Building on this work, Dana Carney, Amy Cuddy, and their colleagues differentiated between low power and high power body poses. As you can see from these images, a low power body pose is very much a closed body pose. Crossed arms, crossed legs. A high power body pose is an open pose. People seem more relaxed. They take up more space. Their chest is open. The most intriguing finding from this research is that they were able to show that holding these body poses for just a few short minutes leads to noticeable physiological changes in our bodies. What they specifically found is that holding a high power pose for just 2 minutes caused a 20% increase in testosterone, which is a hormone that's responsible, among other things, for high levels of energy. Women have it too, just in smaller quantities, and they're very sensitive to even the smallest variations in the levels of testosterone. Holding a high power body pose also caused a 25% drop in cortisol, which is a hormone that correlates with high levels of stress and anxiety. So holding a high power body pose for just a short period of time can help us attain high levels of energy, and help us control levels of stress and anxiety. You can see that in contrast, holding a lower power body pose leads to exact opposite effects. Our levels of testosterone drop and levels of cortisol increase. What this research also documents is that the effect of body poses are quite lasting. Interviewees who prepared with a high power pose for a job interview, I'm emphasizing here prepared, not interviewed necessarily. They were rated significantly higher in job interview performance than those who prepared with a lower power pose. High power poses were also significantly more likely to be hired than those who prepared with a lower power pose. In addition to our body poses, there are other forms of nonverbal influence that can make you more effective. Eye contact increases your likability and credibility. There's research showing that mirroring behaviors lead you to be perceived more confident and more persuasive, more likable too. Mirroring behaviors is when I mimic your behaviors. So you're leaning forward, I'm leaning forward as well. You're nodding, I'm nodding as well. Studies show that if you have a relaxed facial expression, audience is more likely to rate you higher on informal power compared to if you have a more nervous facial expression. If a speaker uses hand gestures, they help not just the comprehension by the audience, but also helps improve the quality and fluidity of speech. And as a result, the speakers who are actively using hand gestures are perceived as more competent, effective, and persuasive. Especially helpful are illustrational hand gestures, those that help you convey or accentuate the message. So for example, I can use my hand gestures to show a high and low threshold, or to tell you that someone was zigzagging in their run, or to point to a person or an object during my presentation. Positive hand gestures are also very helpful. Now, positive hand gestures is when your palms are up or perpendicular to the ground. Avoid defensive hand gestures, such as hands in your pockets or hands clasped behind your back. Studies show that if you use positive hand gestures, audience is more likely to feel much closer to you compared to if you use defensive hand gestures. Firm handshake increases your odds of being hired following a job interview, especially if you couple that handshake with eye contact. Speaking of handshakes, take a look at this video. When we use body poses and hand gestures as forms of influence, we have to be exceptionally culturally aware. Certain hand gestures that are completely acceptable in the Western world, such as an OK symbol or fingers crossed, thumbs up, these gestures are unacceptable and borderline insulting in certain countries in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Same applies to some of the body poses that I've shown you. So for example, throwing your feet on the table and flashing the soles of your shoes into someone's face is considered an insult in the Middle East. Now, with respect to body poses, keep in mind that the effects of these body poses are quite lasting. So think of using them as you prepare for the presentation in the privacy of your office as well. And finally, if you're trying to influence someone, don't do what I'm doing now. Don't be sitting down. Stand up, move around, use the space. Get close to the person you're trying to influence. How close do you think you should get to the person you're trying to influence? Studies by Ralph Adolphs and colleagues out of Caltech show us that, on average, people get very uncomfortable if you get closer to them than 64 centimeters, or about 2 feet. That's when we have a very strong negative emotional response because you violate our personal space. Now, of course, 64 centimeters is an average. There are variations. There are cultural variations. So, for example, if you come from a more collectivistic society, such as China, Russia, Poland, or India, you might accept less personal space. If, in contrast, you come from a more individualistic society, such as the United States, Australia, Great Britain, New Zealand, you might require more personal space. There are also variations depending on where you grew up. If you grew up in a more densely populated metropolitan area, such as New York, Moscow, London, and Singapore, you've been socialized to accept less personal space. If you grew up in a more rural area, you might require a bit more personal space. But at the same time, we also have evidence that the moment you get more than 3 feet away, about 90 centimeters from the person you're trying to influence, your ability to influence them drops precipitously. And it drops even further if you get further away than 5 feet, or about 1.5 meters. So that's your sweet spot of influence, about 2 to 3 feet, max 5 feet. And we're beginning to understand now why influencing people in close physical proximity matters. I'm much more likely to like you if I interact with you in close physical space. It develops feelings of attachment and intimacy. I'm much more likely to remember our interactions if they happen to be in close physical proximity. We also tend to assign a longer time horizon for the interactions that happen in close physical space. We think that these relationships will last longer. So next time you're thinking of influencing someone, you're preparing for that presentation, take a mental audit of your body pose, your hand gestures, and use space proactively. Suppose you have an idea, a proposal you want to pitch to your boss. When should you get onto her schedule? At what point in the day? Have you ever thought about this? What I'm showing you here is the proportion of rulings in favor of prisoners by judges serving on the Israeli parole board. And you can see that the proportion of favorable rulings fluctuates from about 75% down to nearly zero, depending on the position of the prisoner in the review sequence, which was randomly assigned, by the way. Do you go first, second, third, or last? And you can see there are two massive spikes in the data when the proportion of favorable rulings just increased exponentially. Can you guess what those times of the day are? I hope you never have to consider this decision in real life. But hypothetically, if you were to go up for parole, when would you want to do it? These points in the data are your mid-morning snack and your lunch. This study joins a growing body of research that documents the importance of meals in terms of providing rest and replenishment of glucose as the key mental resource. When we're rested and we have glucose as the key fuel for our brain, we're much more likely to engage with the proposal, much more likely to consider it thoroughly. When we're tired and we feel mentally depleted, we're not likely to engage. We're much more likely to take an easy way out, which in this case means rejecting the request for parole. So next time you're thinking of presenting, and you really want people to engage with your proposal and consider it on its merits, consider presenting early in the morning or right after food breaks. What we have been doing this week is building your influence toolkit. We've been really drilling into this yellow segment of the Michigan leadership model. As you recall, we started with the concept of social proof. And the idea here is that you can influence people by showing that similar others are doing what you're asking them to do. Benchmarking, showing endorsements of high-status others, calling for a public vote when you have majority on your side. All these are tactics to activate social proof. We talked about authority in the sense that we can use symbols and signs of authority to influence others. Titles, signaling your expertise, the way you dress, business attire, elicits compliance with authority. We also discussed 3 very powerful cognitive biases that transform into potent influence tactics. Recall availability, which is we're particularly influenced by very vivid imagery, by salient events and more recent events. Remember also the importance of framing, where I can take the same idea and frame it as a gain, in which case I would be influencing the audience toward more risk-averse behaviors. Or I can reframe it as a loss, in which case I would be influencing the group toward more risk-seeking behaviors. And I can open a meeting by anchoring the group, either on high or low values, whether it's a budget estimate, a cost estimate, or an offer to the customer. Use liking as an influence tactic. Remember that we're much more likely to be influenced by people who we like. So manage your professional appearance, emphasize similarities with the person you're trying to influence. Use scarcity as another influence tool. Remember, limited opportunities to pursue a particular proposal, limited time offer, limited inventories. Use reciprocity by offering help and resources proactively. That's what activates that notion of social debt. In addition to using these tactics, always take a mental audit of your body pose, your hand gestures. We talked about high power poses and low power poses. Talked about using illustrational and positive hand gestures. Think about the time of the day and when you want to get on the calendar of your boss. And I would like to close our discussion of influence this week with a caveat about ethics. Many of the tactics we discussed this week are incredibly powerful. They're powerful because they can bypass the cognition of the person you're trying to influence. The person might not even realize that they're being influenced. And so going forward, I'd like for us to have our moral compass on at all times. There's a fine line sometimes between influence and manipulation. In week 4 with Scott, you'll come back to that distinction. You'll learn how to differentiate between influence and manipulation and how to protect yourself from the unwanted influence of others. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Hello, it's good to see you again. This week we're talking about developing relationships to enhance influence and power. And I would like to start this conversation with a discussion of networks and power. To begin with, I'd like to tell you that for a long time, this is where we started and this is where we finished our analysis of organizations. We firmly believed that a formal organizational chart, a structure of reporting relationships, gives us great insight into how organizations function. In reality, companies look nothing like this. Rather, they look something like this. This is a network of advice and information flows in a typical organization that tells us how work actually gets done in a company. So circles or nodes are individuals, and ties are relationships that the two people come to each other for advice, for information. And we had 2 particularly intriguing findings about this network. First of all, if I use the formal organizational chart to predict what I'm seeing in the informal network, I can at best explain about 50% of the variation. So more than half of organizational life is not explained by the formal organizational chart. Secondly, if I go into an HR database of a typical company and get every conceivable indicator of your performance and experience, your performance appraisal scores, your levels of experience in the field, your tenure in the organization, your rank at the company, which school you went to, in some cases even proxies of your IQ, such as your grades and your test scores. Controlling for all these factors, your position in this network has statistically predictive power of how fast you get promoted, how much money you make, what areas of responsibility you're moving into, and how much informal influence and power you have. Note that I'm accentuating informal influence and power, just like we did in the previous course. Something that's not related to your formal rank, your formal authority. The simplest way to think about this would be to think of 2 managers who occupy the same level in organizational hierarchy, have the exact same rank, but one of them is more influential because of her network. Let's take a look at 2 managers in this network, Jennifer and John. Whose network do you think gives more informal power? To make the image a bit easier to read, I've extracted Jennifer and John's network onto the separate slide here. So think about this for a minute. Whose network would equip you with higher levels of informal power? If you think it's John's network, you're in the right track. Now, the first thing to note here is that in both cases, we're looking at networks of exact same size. Both John and Jennifer have 10 contacts each. The difference is in how these contacts are interconnected among themselves. You can see that all of Jennifer's contacts know one another. They come to each other for advice. But that's not necessarily the case for John's network, where some of his contacts don't know one another. And it's the structure of John's network that gives him substantially higher levels of informal power compared to Jennifer's network. One way to understand this is to think about what's going to happen if Jennifer and John are gone from their respective networks. We call it hit by the bus test. So if Jennifer is removed from her network, what do you think is going to happen? Not much will happen. Probably nothing. Her friends might miss her for a day or two, but that's about it. The network will continue to exist and function. Well, you can see that if John is removed from his network, part of that network will collapse. So I've blown up the image of John's network a bit more in a separate slide so you can see this. Some of John's contacts are not connected to one another. To us, that's a very good indication that they come from different groups, different pockets of the social structure. Sometimes we call them clusters. These groups grow to rely on John for the supply of information, advice, expertise, gossip, all of the things that flow through networks. That is a tremendous source of informal power. You have much less of it in Jennifer's network. What you're seeing here are networks of real senior executives from actual companies that were in charge of driving organization-wide change initiatives. And without having any additional information, you can immediately see that the two people on the right, these two individuals, are going to have a much harder time driving this change. They're going to have a much steeper hill to climb simply because their networks don't equip them with the necessary levels of informal power and influence. I'm sure many of you have developed an intuition by now that Jennifer's network is what most of us have. Most of us have these very dense, cliquish, closed networks where everybody talks to everybody else. We develop these networks because we're attracted to similar others in how we form relationships, people of the same background, of the same occupation, of the same experience. We form these networks because we often let our very narrow job description define our networks. We form these networks because we spend much more time interacting with those who are close to us in physical space, our colleagues from the same office building, sometimes even from the same floor in the same office building. And all these dynamics accumulate into the development of this very dense, very close, very cliquish network that can severely limit our ability to influence others. So think of expanding your network. Identify potential for valuable relationships outside of your regular, close circle of contacts. I had a senior executive in one of my sessions who recalled an experience when he was just promoted into an operations role. And he said, I quickly realized that for me to be successful in this operations role, I needed to know people on the manufacturing floor. Now, he's one of the biggest introverts I know. So what he did is that he put a calendar invite for himself that every week for 1 hour, he had to be down on the manufacturing floor making rounds and meeting people. His exact words to me were that I had to force myself out to be on the manufacturing floor. Over time, he developed some familiarity with these people on the manufacturing floor, some friendships, and he wanted to be there. But at first it was a result of very deliberate, very proactive effort. Have one lunch per week with a colleague you don't know. One of the most successful female executives I know has a rule that every time she takes on a new project, she has a new assignment, she moves to a different geography or to a different role, twice a week she would have lunches with people she doesn't know. Join a professional association, a sports club, volunteer for a nonprofit, volunteer to organize an activity for a professional conference. All these shared activities will give you exposure to a broad cross-section of people, diverse contacts that are likely to be outside of your close circle of contacts and therefore enable you to diversify and expand your network. I would like to continue the conversation about power with a deeper dive into the notion of dependence. Now, to begin with, think of top 5 most influential, most powerful contacts in your network. Who are they? Write them down. And more importantly, what do you think makes them influential? Think about this. Now, you could have approached this question in terms of formal authority or rank. In this case, you could have chosen your manager, or perhaps your friend who is a high-ranking governmental official. You could have chosen experts in their respective fields, or perhaps you're fortunate enough to know a celebrity, a famous athlete, or a broadcaster, someone with a large network. All these are good options to begin to respond to that question. But let me provide another wrinkle to this. Let's think about what defines a social relationship. A social relationship is defined by a flow of benefits of some sort. Things need to flow for the relationship to exist. Now imagine that Catherine and Hagen are co-workers. And Catherine provides Hagen with lots of benefits. She helps him with daily projects, political support. She offers valuable referrals from her network. And when you ask Hagen, he tells you that Catherine is actually very difficult to replace. There are few contacts in the workplace that would provide comparable benefits. But when you talk to Catherine, she tells you that Hagen is a jolly fellow and he tells really good jokes, but that's about it. And as a result, he is easy to replace because there are other people on the floor who can tell equally good jokes. So who has more power in this relationship? It's important to recognize that dependence asymmetry between Catherine and Hagen gives Catherine substantially greater levels of informal power over Hagen. Hagen depends on Catherine to a great degree. She provides him with lots of benefits, and she's difficult to replace. Catherine, on the other hand, does not depend on Hagen at all. It provides her with very few benefits and very easy to replace. And this dependence asymmetry is precisely what makes Catherine more powerful in this relationship, because Hagen depends on her to a significantly greater degree than she depends on him. One way to apply the insights about power and dependence to your network in a systematic way is to conduct a power audit. Start by listing top 10 most valuable contacts in your network. Then, for each of the contacts, assign a score from 0 to 10, reflecting the extent to which you depend on that contact, how much value the contact provides to you. And then, for each of the relationships, assign a score on a scale from 0 to 10, reflecting the extent to which a given contact depends on you. So this time, think about how much value you offer to that contact. So you might be looking at a matrix like this. Now, there could be relationships where you get a lot of value, a lot of benefits from your contacts, but you don't give much back. In this case, you're quite replaceable. You should also be aware that in these situations, such as in the relationships with John and Francisco over here, you're more vulnerable. You're in a position of power disadvantage. And as a result, people might take advantage of you. What my research done jointly with a colleague from Harvard, Ranjay Gulati, shows is that some of the most beneficial relationships are those that are characterized by high mutual dependence. So those are relationships with Jennifer and Albert, where you depend on them to a significant degree, and they depend on you highly as well. We find that in these relationships, you transcend the pure economic logic, the logic of pure economic imperatives. It is no longer quid pro quo, meaning I do this for you if you do this for me. These relationships develop very good vibrations that make them very lasting, very effective, and very robust. You could also have some relationships where you hold a power advantage, such as you would have with Caroline and with Thomas. Those are the relationships where your contacts depend on you to a significantly greater degree compared to your dependence on them. And it might be tempting to utilize that power, to exploit these relationships for personal gain. Now, I want to warn you that there are both moral and economic reasons not to do so. The moral reasons are obvious. The economic ones are less so. It turns out that when you exploit a relationship, when you abuse that informal power, you get a bigger share of the pie, but the pie itself is rapidly shrinking. Now, the idea in relationships is to collaborate and create value. And when you abuse that relationship, when you over-exercise informal power, people get decommitted to the relationship. They get less engaged. And as a result, value creation goes down. So think about this. You're getting a bigger share of the pie, but the pie itself is rapidly shrinking. And what our research shows is that the pie can shrink often much faster than you can grow your own share. And as a result, you can end up with a net loss. Let's come back for a second to the idea of what defines a social relationship, a relationship between two people. A relationship is defined by a social exchange of some sort. Resources, things have to flow through a relationship for it to exist. From this standpoint, by the way, building a network is one of the biggest misnomers out there. You don't build a network, you earn it. You earn it by delivering value to your contacts. You build and develop relationships. You become influential to the extent you can offer people something they need and want. Alan Cohen and David Bradford provide a useful framework for us to think about social exchange in relationships, using the metaphor of organizational currencies. Organizational currencies help us understand the entire range of resources that can flow through social relationships and enable us to build and maintain those ties. Task-related currencies, for example. These are resources related to professional activities, to the workplace. Budget increases, personnel, space, information, quicker response time, approval, help in implementation of projects. I had a senior director in one of my sessions, one of whose contacts can override a hiring freeze when that director really needs to hire someone. In this case, that approval becomes a resource flowing through the relationship. We often begin our analysis of the things we can exchange with task-related currencies, but this is where we often stop. Keep in mind that there are also relationship-related currencies. Social favors, for example. I used to work with a manager whose son was obsessed with hockey, and that manager's banker used to play hockey with the current National Hockey League coach. So using that connection, the banker was able to introduce the manager's son to one of his favorite hockey players. But it takes a lot of patience, a lot of wisdom on our part to learn about someone's family and see how we can help. We often forget about position-related currencies, those related to advancement and visibility, for example. Think about this. I can actually make you work harder. I can ask you to work on a presentation and deliver that presentation to senior management, and you would consider it a massive favor, a very valuable resource flowing your way because you want that visibility. In addition to position-related currencies, consider that you have a wide range of person-related currencies, such as resources related to learning and growth. You can recommend a book, a seminar, this Coursera course, for example, for someone who is leading or working in teams. Gratitude, appreciation, compliments can become some of the most powerful resources flowing through networks. Why do you think some of the most successful, senior, and hence busiest executives mentor? Why do you think many of them are so eager to come out and talk to students? Being in a room with young, ambitious people who are effectively telling you that I want to be you is one of the most powerful compliments you can receive. Let me add two more notes with respect to thinking about organizational currencies and using them to facilitate and exchange a relationship. First is use verbal framing to define the value of the exchange. The reason I'm saying this is that there are no dollar or euro signs attached to different favors, different resources that can flow through relationships. It's very difficult for me to compare the value of, say, helping you with a project versus arranging a meeting for you with a senior executive versus introducing you to some of my own network contacts. So use verbal framing when possible. For example, if you did arrange a meeting for one of your friends with a senior executive, you can say, look, that person doesn't normally see a lot of people. It's very difficult to get on her schedule, but I'm glad it worked out. Be truthful, of course. And secondly, offer help, offer resources, offer assistance. without asking for anything back, at least not right away. People often confuse reciprocity with quid pro quo. Quid pro quo is, I do this for you if you do this for me. Beware that people read through this instrumentality very quickly. In fact, approaching someone with a specific goal in mind is probably the fastest way to kill social capital in its infancy, in its inception. You can get that transaction done, you can get that exchange completed, but that's not the way to build long-lasting, robust relationships. Some of the most successful executives I know invest in their relationships for years before they feel comfortable calling in big favors. I'd like for us to learn from one another, and I'd ask you to go to a discussion forum, the thread labeled Organizational Currencies, and share examples of what resources you or your contacts exchange or exchanged in the past to develop and maintain relationships.
Influence comes over time, right? So it's always interesting to me today that, today's generations of students want to, change jobs frequently, because I've been at Morgan Stanley for over 28 years. And so you build this incredible network of colleagues. And so foundationally, I think you build relationships. Secondly, there are people, and I run HR, so, surprising thing for me to say, but people say, keep the personal out of the workplace. And I actually think that's wrong. You can't work in a type A environment and spend 10, 12, 14 hours a day with people and not get to know them, not get to know what's going on in their lives, not showing you care about them. And so connecting to people on a personal and emotional level doesn't necessarily build trust, but it builds a connection. Secondly, having a way to connect with people. So sports is the easiest thing, right? People, if people are interested in sports, but recognizing, I always say to people, I don't care what your interest is, whether it's reality TV or it's sports or it's politics, although probably try to stay away from politics, especially this election. But, find something to connect. In your office, have things that reflect who you are as an individual, so that when people walk in or you walk into someone else's office, you can immediately talk to them. It doesn't have to be about their kids. It's, we had a situation where we sent a senior guy out to Hong Kong to run a business for us. And I walked in his office and the boxes were packed, and he'd been there 3 months and there were no pictures on the wall. I said to him, you're telegraphing to people that you have no commitment to this job or this location. Get your boxes unpacked and get some pictures of your kids up. So I think you can build relationships, you can build trust. You can also kind of just put your head down and do work and show people what your value set is, what you're capable of, what your judgment is. In the particular case I spoke about earlier, it was my instinct. You do a job for long enough and you're around a situation long enough, you begin to trust your own instincts, and people want to follow them because they know they've been burnt when they don't. So I think it's really a collection of things that you build upon to get people to want to follow, or to really want to step into the sandbox with you and create. I don't like to think about it necessarily as followership, but as teamwork. And, like anything, the team dynamic is really, really important. So it's showing respect for others. It's making sure, as a leader of the team, everybody's got a voice. And we recently went through a process where we promoted 5 people to our leadership team. And others were like, how did that happen? And to me, it was really easy. It was they needed to have a platform and they needed to have a voice. And so I think, really being present and having a voice can make a difference. First of all, I would say in connecting with relationships, I think as an HR professional, that's kind of what I have and what I do. And anytime somebody tries to compromise a relationship I have, it sort of evokes a violent reaction from a guy that's not a pretty violent guy, because that's what I sell. And so for me, if you just think about my job, there's this really delicate balance of having the CEO and the board trust me, but knowing that I have the relationships across the organization to provide information and influence without crossing lines. And so I do think that how you go about building the relationships. The first thing is just showing interest, so engaging with people and just caring, recognizing when they've had a bad day, recognizing an accomplishment in their life. We had a woman the other day who made a point of calling my office to tell my assistant she had just celebrated her 40th anniversary. And, she's somebody I've known at the firm, not somebody I was particularly close with, but I made a point of sending her flowers. And the point was twofold. It was to make her feel good because she had this accomplishment. But more importantly, flowers are one of those things, it doesn't have to be flowers, that everyone else around sees. And so it communicates a culture of caring. And I think caring, is the single biggest contributor to developing relationships. It's sometimes, and this is, unfortunate, it's sometimes easier to step into a situation when something's not going right. So being able to help people get out of a problem or a jam or solve a business problem can build that relationship. You've helped me, so now we have that connection. Winning business. We go out and we obviously, we compete every day for business. And so being able to step in, and we're a firm of 56,000 people doing a lot of different things, and we try to bring all of Morgan Stanley to our clients. And so when people actually come together, we just had a meeting with our top 300 people globally. Our head of wealth management got up, and he was able to name 5 senior people that really helped them win business on the institutional side because they went that extra mile. So, I would just say, you got to build relationships through common interest or not common interest. Often you got to, sometimes you got to fake it, and you got to talk to people about things that are interesting to them. If kids are the easiest, everyone wants to, even those that pretend they don't, everybody wants to talk about their kids or their pet. That's an easy thing to get people to engage in. But, I think it can be common interest in education. It can be a common interest in where I came from or where I grew up, where I might have worked in the past. And there's this incredible thing, and the Michigan community creates this network of connecting to someone who you both know, right? There's this web that this university creates for people. And so that's very disarming for people to be able to immediately connect through a common interest or person.
I think we go out of our way to show how much we value what they bring to this university, because what they bring to this university brings to our basketball program. And I don't. And once again, we don't not care if it's the guy that's working in maintenance to the president. We want to have this attitude of gratitude around them that they're all part of this thing. And when our men's basketball team went to the championship game, I wanted everybody to feel they were part of this as much as we could. And so as a result, now you can influence others because they're looking at it and they say, hey, they identify with you as soon as they can identify with us. But if it's us against the world again, if we demean them, thinking they're not important, then you're going to have issues. So I learned that, a lot of the things that I've learned are from Teacher Education 101 at Wheeling Jesuit in 1974 or 75. It's that you're a classroom of young men and women. You have fellow teachers and you have principals. And you have the maintenance guy, and you have the guy that cuts the grass in the baseball diamond. They're all important to making this happen. You have officials, right? Officials, press. The press are huge. Every place that seems I've gone, they say, oh, you're not going to like that guy, or that guy's going to be hard on you. I've yet to find that guy, because you go to them in the meeting and you say, when you talk with them, I value what you're talking about. You're all part of this. And when you get them to identify with what you're doing, I think you can reduce a lot of the problems you may have going down the road.
Building a reputation contributes greatly to your levels of informal power and influence. If you develop a reputation for being competent, smart, influential, if you're perceived as being influential, you are less likely to be fought, challenged, and attacked. What research tells us is that we face an interesting dilemma when building our reputations. If you do not advocate for yourself and do not showcase your accomplishments, skills, expertise, abilities, you're disadvantaged. You're particularly disadvantaged in those settings that entail competition, such as competition for promotions or salary decisions. But if you do advocate for yourself, others can suspect that you're not being objective, and as a result, you can be perceived as arrogant and self-aggrandizing. The advice that Jeffrey Pfeffer, a scholar at Stanford, gives us is that get others, your boss, your colleagues, your friends, to tout your abilities, your competence, your expertise, your accomplishments. And this advice might seem deceptively simple. The really powerful underlying idea is that you don't own your reputation. Other people do. Other people can build your reputation, reinforce it. They can also bring it down. That said, you can help others build a narrative around your reputation. For example, we all know that some people are really good at introducing us to others, others not so much. So you can help your boss to deliver a strong introduction of you to the team. You can say, for example, that it may be helpful for the team to hear about my work on Project X. And now, in addition to saying that, Kaz is a great gal and she hails from Japan, your boss can also mention your important contributions to the organization. Or you can very politely and discreetly mention that it may be helpful for the team to hear about your work in the Brazilian Operations Center. Another way to help others build your reputation is think about your past projects, your past experiences that you were involved in. Think about the lessons that you can communicate to others that can help them deal with their ongoing challenges, ongoing projects, and proactively share those insights, proactively share those lessons. Indirectly, you enable others to build a reputation for you as that of an expert. Now, in the spirit of ongoing learning from one another, I'd like to ask you to go to the discussion forum, the reputation thread, and share examples of how you can help others build a robust reputation for you. I'd like to give you another angle to understand power and influence in organizations. Some time ago, my colleagues and I interviewed the president of one of the largest joint ventures in the world, and we asked him about his criteria for hiring people. And he said, I essentially have two primary criteria. One is sound managerial judgment, and the second is energy. And when you dig deeper into this notion of energy, you realize that it goes well beyond just running around and completing projects like an Energizer Bunny. It goes much deeper to this idea of being able to energize others around you. Now think of your colleagues at work. I'm pretty sure you will be able to identify those interactions with whom consistently leave you more driven, more motivated, more energized. And interactions with whom perhaps have a neutral effect on your energy, or maybe exact opposite effect, where you feel consistently drained of energy after interacting with these individuals. My colleague at Michigan Ross, Wayne Baker, did a lot of interesting research on energy and relationships in workplace. He was among the first scholars to systematically map out energy networks. So what you're seeing here is a stylized example of an energy network. In this case, Samantha, Katrina, Mishak, and Rold are all energized by interactions with John. You can see John is a very central person in this network. He has a lot of incoming arrows. Another way to think about this is that Sam, Katrina, Rold, and Mishak all seek out John for these energizing interactions. Now, this is a stylized example of an energy map. But this is a real energy network from an organization that I studied together with some colleagues from Michigan. And you can see here that 13, 17, 20, these individuals are very central in the energy network. They're highly energizing. A lot of people seek them out for these energizing exchanges. You can say the same thing about 14, 32, 6, and even individual 101. But you can also see that there are others who have a much harder time energizing others, such as 306, 4, 308. You see that they have very few, if any, incoming arrows. In fact, you can argue that they kind of suck this energy from the group because they have a lot of outgoing arrows. They go to others for energy, that they don't contribute anything back. In general, in organizations, it pays to be an energizer. What research shows that energizers can enjoy greater levels of influence in organizations because they can elicit higher levels of discretionary effort from others. What I mean by this is that if you have energizing interactions with others, people are much more likely to think about your problem on the way home from work. They're much more likely to place that additional phone call on your behalf, send a few extra emails, talk to someone in their network about your problem, perhaps introduce you to someone from their network. And as a result, you can get more done. You can execute more effectively by engaging others. So tomorrow in your meetings, evaluate the level of energy in the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting, and see if levels of energy consistently go up or down in your meetings. So, if it pays to be an energizer in organizations, a natural question is, how do you become one? You can start by introducing relationship development into day-to-day interactions, showing genuine concern for others, and connect with people beyond their job roles. In this course, you will hear from Jeff Brodsky, the global head of HR for Morgan Stanley, a premier investment bank. And he'll tell you that from his perspective, showing genuine concern for others, showing that you care, and connecting with people beyond their jobs is one of the most powerful and effective ways to build relationships with others. I have a colleague who, every time we interact, genuinely is interested in my family, asks me questions about my family. But be genuine, be authentic. Don't make it into a checklist, saying, oh, I have to ask him about his daughter, and then I'm going to ask him about the financial projections. When discussing work, consciously focus on possibilities, not just limitations and constraints. You know, it's very easy to sit in the back of the room and occasionally ask a smart, critical question. It's much harder to build something, to develop an idea. So have this developmental mindset on next time you're in a meeting. So if you do ask a critical question, an incisive question, by the way, this critical question by itself can significantly deflate the level of energy in the room. Think of how you can help others develop an idea or solve that problem. In meetings, maintain high levels of physical and cognitive engagement. Lean in at the table. Establish eye contact with the presenter. Use open body postures. Recall our discussion of nonverbals and influence from the previous week of this course. All these are tactics to maintain high levels of physical engagement. Let me give you an example of how you can elevate levels of energy in the room. I was recently with a manager who had to present after lunch. The room naturally was sagging, attention was wandering, and people weren't really paying attention. So he started by asking people to stand up and jump up and down a few times. He made a joke about this being the only physical activity for him for the entire day. People were laughing, smiling, the energy was way up, and everybody was certainly paying attention. At this point, as we normally do, I would like for us to take a step back and reflect on the key insights, key takeaways from this entire week. We started by talking about the fact that the structure of your network of relationships with others can equip you with either high or low levels of informal power and influence. Recall that we tend to develop these very dense, very cliquish networks where everybody talks to everybody else, a network that Jennifer has. And that network can severely limit our ability to influence others, to get things done by utilizing informal power. So we talked about different strategies to connect with those outside of our immediate circle of contacts. Talk about strategies that could help us expand and diversify our network. Think about offering value to others and managing dependence in relationships. Again, keep in mind that you don't build a network, you earn it. You earn it by delivering value to others. Recall also that some of the most valuable relationships you can have are those that are characterized by high mutual dependence, where you depend on your contact to a significant degree and the contact depends on you. These are the relationships of high commitment, high engagement. They transcend this pure economic logic of quid pro quo, where I do this for you if you do this for me. Very relationally strong and robust. Remember also the entire range of organizational currencies you can trade to develop and maintain relationships. We often quickly think of task-related currencies, resources related to our work, whether it's help with projects, quicker approval times, or some other form of cooperation. But we often forget to consider relationship-related currencies, social favors that we can use to create and maintain relationships. Think also of position-related currencies, especially those related to visibility. That I can give you more work. I can ask you to present in front of senior management. I can ask you to develop an important presentation. And you will consider it a valuable favor, a valuable resource, because you crave that visibility. Build a reputation for being competent, smart, influential. But more importantly, think of ways that you can engage others to help build that reputation for you. And finally, focus on becoming an energizer in organizations. Focus on maintaining energizing relationships with people. So every time you have a meeting with someone, you and the other person walk out more energized, more motivated, more driven. Recall that by being an energizer in the social structure of the organization, you can become more influential because you elicit high levels of discretionary effort from others. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's remarkable to see so many of you do so well in this course and in the entire specialization. Thank you. Next time I'll see you will be in Course 4. We'll talk about leading effective teams. Take care.
Interesting story. We just had this leadership conference, and I was sitting with one of the heads of one of our trading desks, and we were having this conversation about junior talent. And he said, I've got somebody working on my team now. He said, and what I always tell our analysts is, be present, make yourself known. Don't come to work and be invisible. And when we walk into the conference room as a team, you come in and you sit at that table and recognize that from day one you have a place. And if we don't want you there, we'll kick you out. He said this particular individual was doing that from day one, which was very different than a lot of, the new analysts he had seen. So be present, build your network, have an opinion, and also, have an approachable demeanor. Be somebody that's interesting. Be somebody that people want to get to know, that people want. Our culture is an apprenticeship culture, so there's this natural behavior where we want to help people learn and grow. But you don't want to do that with somebody that's sort of non-responsive. So, have an opinion, have a personality, work hard, do whatever people ask you to do, and good things happen.
So far, you've learned about the power, the bases of power, where that power comes from, and how to obtain it. You've also learned about various tactics and strategies that you can use to influence people or processes for which you do not have authority over. You've even learned about how to build and leverage relationships in order to get things done in organizations and to leverage those relationships to influence people within your organization and even outside of your organization. In this segment, we're going to talk about how do you protect yourself from others' influence, in particular, the unwanted influence of others. Why? Well, the reality is that other people are going to be able to use these same strategies, these same tactics on you or your team. And you have to be able to protect yourself from that unwanted influence. Think about the influence toolkit that you have. We've talked about social proof, authority, availability, framing, anchoring, liking, scarcity, reciprocity, even the nonverbals. All of these strategies, all of these influence tactics can be used to influence you and your team. It's essential that you have the ability to protect yourself and your team from the unwanted influence of others. Why do we care so deeply about your ability to protect yourself from this unwanted influence? Well, all you have to do is remember back to our conversation that we had about, for example, the Stanford prison experiment, where Zimbardo and his colleagues in the early 1970s gave power to participants in the experiment to be the prison guards. And those guards used that power to command, control, and even in some cases torture the other participants in the experiment who were the prisoners. It's a profound impact that power can have on our relationship with other people, and in many cases that power can be used for no good, for evil even. Also take the experiment that we shared with you done by Stanley Milgram and his colleagues in the early 1960s, the electric shock experiments, where participants in the experiment came in and they either served as the teacher or learner, and medical psychiatrists expected the participants to engage in the electric shock of the learner only up to a very small amount. And what we actually found is that when there's an experimenter in the room and he or she is wearing very professional attire or a white coat to be seen as the power or authority figure in that room, simply that authority figure telling other people to continue with the experiment, to continue shocking these other people who they don't even know. 62% of people go as far as to administer 450 volts of electricity to other human beings. This is why it's so essential that we are able to protect ourselves from the unwanted influence of other people. Ultimately, this conversation boils down to this fundamental question. And the question is, what is the difference between influence and manipulation? They're very close concepts, but what I'd like you to think deeply about is, from your experience, from your perspective, what is the fundamental difference between influence and manipulation? What I'd like to do is I'd like to start by going to your discussion forum online and share with your classmates what you see as the key difference between influence and manipulation. Share your point of view, share your perspective, and listen and hear what other classmates have to say about the difference between influence and manipulation. Then we will come back and talk about what our science talks about as the key difference between influence and manipulation, and then we will go into the strategies and the tactics that you can use to make sure that you and your team are protected from the unwanted influence and manipulation of other people. I hope you were able to take advantage of the discussion forum. I've seen some fascinating conversations about the difference between influence and manipulation. I'd like to understand and dive a little bit deeper into this question, difference between influence and manipulation. To begin, I went to the dictionary to see what the dictionary would have to say in terms of the definitions of each of these words, to influence or to manipulate. And here's what I found. Influence is formally defined as to affect or to change someone or something in an indirect but usually important way. to have an influence on someone or something. So let's revisit and repeat that. To affect or to change someone or something in an indirect but usually important way. Okay, so hold your understanding of that definition, and now let's compare that to the definition that I found for manipulate, which the dictionary defines as to control or play upon by artful, unfair, or insidious means, especially to one's own advantage. To change by artful or unfair means so as to serve one's purpose. Again, let's repeat that. To control or play upon by artful, unfair, or insidious means, especially to one's own advantage. So what do you see as the key difference here? As I looked at these two different definitions, one thing stood out to me in particular, and that was the degree to which manipulate talks about the control you have over someone or the influence that you have over someone, but to what end? And the end, in case of manipulate, is to your own advantage, or in this case, serving one's own purpose. The definition of influence is relatively agnostic about the end, whether it's self-serving or other-serving, simply says in an important way. But manipulate is very specific about I'm influencing, I'm controlling another person or another thing, but to my own advantage for my own purpose. And so when we boil down the difference between influence and manipulate, and this is what we find in our research as well, is fundamentally the difference is about intent. What is your intent? The word influence often gets a positive connotation or a positive meaning because we assume that influence is used to influence for greater good, for goal accomplishment, for the group, for the team, for the organization. Manipulate is very specifically understood to be about my advantage, controlling or influencing you for my own gain, for my own purpose, for my own advantage. A fundamental difference between influence and manipulate. So what we're going to do, given that understanding of influence, manipulate, we want to be able to protect ourselves from the unwanted influence and especially the manipulation of other people. We, in this segment, are going to talk about 3 very specific strategies that you can use every day to protect yourself and to protect your team from that unwanted influence. The first one is going to be to minimize the biases that we all as human beings have that enable others to influence us. The second will be to flip the influence tactics on the other person. So when that other person tries to influence you with a specific tactic, there are very specific strategies that you can use to reverse that tactic and flip it on the other person. And then third and last is to reframe the power relationship. Who has the control? Who's dependent on who? We can reframe that power relationship, which allows us to protect ourselves.
Interestingly enough, I often think about my job as trying to get the leadership team to work together. At Morgan Stanley, we have an operating committee that runs the firm, and the head of HR had never been on the operating committee. I had really tried to use my influencing skills to get on that committee. And not for me as an individual. It wasn't about an ego. It was feeling a need to be at the table. And what I say to people often is, I don't necessarily understand the technical content, but I can watch that table and watch that room and figure out who's manipulating, who's influencing, who's leading from a position of real a compelling reason. I'd say those that manipulate or have motives that are more individually driven, and sometimes, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. So I don't even want to say individually driven, but they believe their approach is the right approach, and they try to manipulate. And I'd say in an organization like ours, it's like a flashing red light on your forehead. People see manipulation for what it is. Can it work? Sure. And here's where I see it working sometimes. When you've got a group of people that are a decision-making body, you need allegiances and alliances. And while we have an approach that, you go in that room and you discuss an issue, I was under the impression when I joined the group that, if you have an issue, you just go walk in the room and everyone, we can have some tough debate, but we always walk out of the room aligned. But what I realized was the importance of alliances and catalysts. So if you walk in a room where you're trying to influence and your passion for it is pure, it's not manipulative, and one person in the room who is influential or has a negative reaction, others will ignore their individual feeling about the situation, and they will it's kind of like the electoral system in this country. It doesn't make sense, but people will attach themselves to others in group decision making. And so I found it really useful, time consuming, to walk into a big room with some alliances, because if you have people that are willing to genuinely support you, others will follow. So I think people can see through manipulation, and I think people can see through people with clean intent, but I do think people will vote in blocks, and I think people will make decisions before they even have a conversation. And so the goal of the dialogue is, how can you present a set of facts in a way that people are open enough to actually listen to them?
So let's start with our first strategy. Strategy of how do you protect yourself from the unwanted influence of other people. The first strategy that we're going to talk about is, how do you minimize the biases, the psychological biases that all human beings have that enable others to influence them. In our earlier segment, you talked about a number of influence tactics. To illustrate or demonstrate this particular strategy of how to minimize those biases, I'm going to give a few examples using some of the very specific strategies and tactics that you talked about and learned about in the earlier segment. We'll talk about social proof, for example. We'll talk about the availability tactic that you can use. And we'll talk about the liking tactic that is used to influence other people. So let's dive in. Let's dive into some of these examples so we can illustrate, how do you specifically minimize the biases that enable others to influence you, especially when that influence is unwanted or undesirable for yourself or for your group. So here's the first tactic that we're going to illustrate with. You'll recall you talked about social proof and conformity. This is the Ash experiment from 1956. You'll recall that individuals were brought into a room and asked to indicate which of these lines, A, B, or C, was the same length or distance as the line on the left. Interestingly, when individuals were given the opportunity to compare these lines, participants provided the correct response in more than 99% of cases. So when it was left up just to the individual, asked alone by yourself, 99% plus of the cases, you got the answer correct. However, when we put you in a group where other people are giving their answers, and you'll recall in the Ash experiment, it was such that other people were giving the incorrect answer. So in this case, the correct answer would be C, and other people were giving either A or B as the same distance or length as the other line. Under group pressure, 76% of participants gave the wrong answer at least once. So that's the tactic, social proof, using this peer pressure, if you will, to influence the minority, the lone individual in this case, to give a wrong answer to what is seemingly a really objective task with a clear right answer. So how do we protect ourselves from that group pressure, from the use of social proof to influence us? Well, you have to remember that in the Ash experiment, when participants wrote down their opinion or their answer independently from the group, the number of wrong answers actually dropped by over 2/3. You also have to remember from that Ash experiment that when there were at least 2 people in the group that gave the correct response, 95% of participants gave the correct answer. So if given the opportunity to write down your opinion independently, privately, you're much less susceptible to the peer pressure, the group pressure, that social proof. It's also true that if you have someone else in the group who supports your point of view, you're much less likely to fall trap to that group pressure. So what do we learn from that? Well, first is a tactic that we can use to protect ourselves from the pressure of social proof is to minimize that pressure by asking individuals in the group, in your team, to record their opinions independently. This is the power of the private vote. This is also exactly why current research on brainstorming and creativity is finding that if you ask people to document their ideas independently, privately, prior to any group discussion or group brainstorming, the creativity of the ideas actually increases significantly. So you can minimize this groupthink, this social pressure, by really taking advantage of the opportunity to record your opinions, record your decisions independently with a private vote or private documentation prior to that group discussion, which then applies that group pressure. So that's a very clear strategy that you can use to protect yourself from that group pressure, that social proof. Another one is to ensure that you are not the single minority. This is the idea of building coalitions in advance of any group discussion. You want to make sure that there's at least someone in that room, someone in that group who, even if that person doesn't entirely share your opinion, is willing to play devil's advocate to the majority or is willing to support your idea before actually making a decision of his or her own. You want to build your coalitions in advance of any group discussion so that you are not ever the single minority in a group, because it's when you're that single minority that you are most susceptible. Let's look at another example that you talked about. You learned about the availability heuristic that can be used to influence people. This is the idea that we as human beings tend to be particularly influenced by extremely vivid, extremely salient, or readily available information. This is why, in many cases, people are afraid to fly, for example. What do we remember about flying? Well, it's the accidents that we remember. It's not the millions of people that fly every day safely. It's that one accident or those couple of accidents that we've seen on the news is, in many cases, a reason why people are afraid to fly. Or the example that I give you here, which is why are people so afraid of sharks when the prevalence or the rate of shark attacks is actually really, really low? One of my favorite examples of the availability approach or tactic to influencing people is what happened in 2001 in the United States. In 2001, prior to September 11th, the third most important news story in the entire country was what was happening on the coast of Florida, where you had news helicopters flying above the beach in Florida, videotaping sharks swimming in the water around people. Every night when you turned on the news in the United States, and this was nationwide, every night on the news, all you saw were videos of sharks swimming in the water off the coast of Florida near human beings swimming and playing in the water. The result was dramatic. People, their fear of sharks went up. Their willingness to go to Florida on vacation, their willingness to go to the beach and get in the water dropped dramatically. Why? Because every night they were seeing sharks in the water off the coast of Florida. Very vivid, very salient, and readily available information when you're planning where you're going to go for vacation that year or whether or not you're going to get in the water. But here's the irony. There were actually less attacks in 2001, 9 in fact, less attacks in 2001 relative to the prior year in 2000. And if you look at years prior to 2000, there was no surge in shark attacks in 2001. The simple reality is that it was a slow news cycle up until 9/11, and the news television stations simply had nothing better to cover. And so they covered the sharks swimming in the ocean. And that created a heightened sense of fear and anxiety on the part of people planning their vacations and so forth. So then the question is well, how do you protect yourself from this availability heuristic or this availability strategy so that you are not susceptible to the influence of this extremely vivid, salient information, even when that information should not be influencing your behavior? So here are a few strategies. The first one is keeping a continuous record of relevant facts, data, events, for example, and making sure that you're referring back to them. I work with a lot of my students, and one of the things I often tell them is when you're at work, oftentimes organizations have an annual performance evaluation that's at the end of the calendar year or the end of the fiscal year. And I often ask the question, if you want to influence your boss's rating of you, and that rating is for the entire year, when during the year do you think you should be performing at your best? And the answer is clearly as close as possible to that annual performance evaluation. And you can actually influence your manager or your boss's rating of you by maximizing your performance as close to that annual evaluation as possible. And so then if you're the manager, the question is, how do you protect yourself from that availability heuristic? And you can, one answer to that is keeping that continuous record of data on your employees over the course of the entire year so that you can refer back to a full year's set of information as opposed to just what was most recent. The second strategy that I want you to really internalize and understand is distancing meetings from events that are particularly vivid, salient, unexpected, or events that are extremely positive or extremely negative. Those events that are extremely vivid, unexpected, or extremely positive or negative, they can overweight our decision. They can overweight how we think about the decisions that we're making, or have a significant influence on those decisions. And so, what you want to do is you want to think about you have the event, and then instead of having the meeting to make a decision about it right after that event, you want to create some distance between those so that your decision making, your processing of what happened, why it happened, et cetera, is not influenced in a significant way by the event itself. And then thirdly is ask questions. But in particular, what questions do you ask? So if you're working with your group and they're giving you some information, and that information is extremely vivid, salient, readily memorable or available, what you want to do is ask some questions that get at what we call counterfactuals, counterexamples, or alternative explanations. So in my shark example, what data do we have to suggest that shark attacks are actually increasing over time? Would have been a very valid question to ask, as opposed to just paying attention to the media reports that there are a lot of sharks in the water. So you want to ask questions like, what if? Alternative explanations. What about counterexamples? Somebody tells you this happened. You might ask, well, are there times when that didn't happen? Or are there times when something else happened? So ask those challenging questions so that you are diffusing the power of that information that's so available at that particular moment in time. So it gives you at least a few strategies that you can use in terms of dealing with availability. And then the last one I'll give you as an example is on liking. In our earlier segment, we talked a lot about liking as an influence tactic. And one of the data points that's always struck me as particularly interesting is if I am going to ask you a request, a favor, or ask you to do something for me, your compliance to that request goes up dramatically, 2, 3, almost 4 times if we have a dialogue, a casual dialogue, before I actually make my request. So if you're the person who I am making my request to, how do you protect yourself from that influence? Well, one strategy that you can use is to minimize the amount or frequency of dialogue, especially face-to-face dialogue, where I can really connect with you. You want to minimize that dialogue prior to the actual decision or the negotiation. So for example, when I go to buy a car, the car salesperson is trained to have casual dialogue with me, get to know me, etc. I will purposefully minimize that dialogue so that I am not overly influenced by that liking effect that the salesperson is so sophisticated at using to influence me to want to buy that car from him or her. So again, what's the strategy that you're going to use to minimize the biases that enable others to influence you? Okay, what are those biases? Each strategy is going to tap into some of those biases. Here we've talked about social proof and conformity. We talked about availability. We talked about liking. You want to figure out what are the biases that are really driving that influence tactic and work to minimize those biases by, in the case of social proof, making sure you have a partner, making sure that people have the opportunity to individually record their answers. Availability, make sure you don't pay attention to just the most recent data. Make sure you pay attention to the full set of information. Or liking, make sure you diffuse the opportunity that people have to use dialogue to create that liking effect. Some very specific strategies to protect yourself. In the next segment, we'll talk about how to flip the influence tactics on the other person, our second of 3 very powerful strategies to protect yourself from that influence. So far, we talked about our first strategy, which is to minimize the biases that enable others to influence us. We use several examples. We use social proof, we use availability, and we used liking to illustrate that strategy of minimizing those biases. Now I want to talk about the second strategy for protecting yourself, and that really is to flip the influence tactic on the other person. So the idea here is when they use the influence tactic on you, you can actually reverse the tactic and use the same tactic back on them to protect yourself from that influence. So let me give you a few examples. I'm going to go back to liking to begin with. So we talked about, for example, the engaging in dialogue prior to making a request and how to minimize the impact of that dialogue by minimizing the opportunity for dialogue. But in this case, I want to talk about how people draw on similarities to use the liking effect to influence us. The idea of drawing on similarities is finding those areas in life, could be personal, could be professional, where we share a common bond. We have a similarity in common, and drawing on that to create this relationship and this notion of liking between us, therefore making it more likely that you will comply with a request or my influence attempt. But we can actually flip that strategy of drawing on similarities on the other person. So when the person tries to influence you, draws on those similarities, you can actually reverse that by refocusing the conversation on differences. So if I'm trying to influence you and I draw on some similarities, I make similarities that you and I have in common, and I make those particularly salient or make you aware of those similarities, you can in return refocus the conversation on, yes, we do share those common similarities, but we also have some important differences. And making those differences salient or aware actually reduces the likelihood of that liking effect having its impact on you in terms of influence. Let's go back to social proof, for example. In our earlier segment on social proof, when we were talking about using it as an influence tactic, we talked a lot about showing similar others are doing what you're asking of this person. So everybody else is doing this, therefore you should too. Or showing that others have done the same thing and succeeded. So really drawing on their success, or sharing testimonials of others who are similar to you. So those are ways in which I can use social proof as an influence tactic. But at the same time, if you want to protect yourself from that influence, you can actually flip that tactic on the person trying to influence you. So for example, if we just take these here, rather than showing what similar others are doing, you can actually show that similar others are not doing what, in this case, I would be asking of you. So if I give you a couple of examples of people who I think are similar to you and they're buying the same thing that I'm trying to get you to buy, or they're taking the same action that I'm trying to get you to take, you can very quickly think of and offer examples of similar others who are not doing those same things or not buying that same product or service, to minimize the impact of social proof as an influence tactic. Another thing that you can do is share examples of others who have taken that same approach and instead of succeeding, actually failed. So if I'm trying to influence you, I give you examples of people who have done this and they succeed. You turn that around and give me examples of people who have done the same thing and failed. Again, minimizing the impact of social proof as an influence tactic. Thirdly is if I try to use testimonials of similar others who took a similar approach and were successful, really focusing on those testimonials, you can do the same thing. Give testimonials of people who are similar but took a fundamentally different approach. So it's not that they failed in this case, but that they actually were successful, but in a different way. So if I give you a testimonial of someone who took a particular approach and was successful, you can give me a testimonial in return of someone who took a different approach and was equally or even more successful. Again, quick strategies that you can use to flip the influence tactic, in this case social proof, on the other person, minimizing that other person's influence on you and even possibly increasing your influence on that other person. Let's give another example. In our earlier segment, we talked about anchoring. Anchoring being that people just psychologically will insufficiently adjust from whatever the starting value might be. So in that earlier segment, we gave a couple of examples of different anchors, whether the anchor was low or high. And if you've ever negotiated with anybody, either in your personal life or your professional life, you know the impact of an anchor. If you're trying to buy my car, you're trying to buy my house, or I'm selling you a product or a service, what we anchor each other at as our starting point really defines the negotiation that happens subsequently. So the same is true here. So if someone tries to anchor you on a particular number or a price, one thing that you can do is ignore that anchor. So for example, someone comes in and they're asking for an increase in their IT budget, and they say that last year's IT budget was $1.5 million. Well, you could ignore that anchor. Or if someone comes in and says we had a 2.5% increase in the number of key accounts company-wide, they're setting a low anchor, and they're trying to influence you with that anchor. So one strategy is you can ignore that anchor. But to be honest, that's easier said than done. That's why anchoring is an effective influence tactic, as many people don't even realize they're being anchored. So the second strategy dealing with anchoring that I often recommend is to simply flip the anchor on the other person. So if that other person starts with a low anchor, you flip it to a high anchor. Or if that other person starts with a high anchor, you flip it to a low anchor. So the examples I give you here, if someone talks about they're trying to reduce the IT budget, and they say last year's IT budget was $1.5 million, and you're asking for $2 million, for example, for the IT budget. And they're trying to anchor you lower by saying, but wait a minute, last year's budget was only $1.5 million. You can come back and flip that anchor by saying something to the effect of, yes, but our competitors spend $2.3 million. Similar size, same IT systems, but a much bigger budget, in this case, 53% higher than us. That's a very effective strategy for flipping that anchor and minimizing the impact of, in this case, the low anchor had on the negotiation. Or, for example, if someone is trying to talk about key accounts, in this case, they say something to the effect of, there was a 2.5% increase in the number of key accounts company-wide, but you're trying to increase the number of key accounts even further. You might use a very specific example. So in this case, our Chicago office increased key accounts by 9%, which in this case would be a 260% increase over the average company-wide. Again, you're simply flipping the anchor, in these cases, low to high. You can do the same thing, high to low. Again, just flipping the influence tactic on the person trying to use it on you. Another example, in our prior segment, we talked about framing. When an option is framed as a gain, we become risk averse. When it's framed as a loss, we become risk seeking. Same thing's true here. So these are the same examples that we had talked about in that earlier segment, whether it be about market share or get this new product or don't miss out on this new product. And we learned that when we frame something as a loss, we're missing out on the opportunity. If we do this, we could go out of business. Those are losses. versus the gain that we could gain market share, we gain the benefits of the new product. Again, here again, you have two strategies. You can one, ignore the frame, which, as I said earlier with anchoring, much easier said than done, because many people don't even recognize that the conversation is being framed as a gain or a loss. But what you can do is if you can pick up on what framing is being used, whether it's a gain or a loss, depending on whether you want people to be risk averse or risk seeking, you can actually flip that frame from a gain to a loss or a loss to a gain. So for example, the example I give you here, if somebody comes in and says, we should enter this market because we can gain 11% in market share, the potential for risk aversion there is pretty high. And if you want people to be even more tolerant of risk, if you want to protect your team from being risk averse and too conservative, the thing you could say is, yes, but if we do not enter this market, we could actually go out of business. And if we go out of business, we lose everything. That reframing of the same decision will move you from gain to loss, from risk aversion to risk seeking. That's an example of how you can flip the frame, flip the influence tactic to protect yourself, protect your team from that unwanted influence. One more example, just to illustrate. We talked a lot about scarcity in the earlier segment. The idea that when quantities are limited, when there's a limited inventory, that scarcity, we are actually influenced where we are much more likely to buy the product or want the product. And we talked about different tactics that people use to activate scarcity and use scarcity for influence, emphasizing something's uniqueness, emphasizing that quantities are limited or that time is limited or constrained. Those sorts of tactics that people use. Marketers use these tactics all of the time to get you to try and buy different products and services. So again, how do you protect yourself from other people using scarcity on you? So the first thing you can do is to show how that product or service or that request is not actually unique. Someone emphasizes that it's unique. You actually demonstrate with evidence that it's not unique. It's actually more common than they are proposing in this case. Or you actually, to the limited quantities point, if they try to suggest that something is limited quantity, you have to buy it now or it's not going to be available, you can actually use evidence to demonstrate that quantity is not limited. One of my favorite examples of this is we have a furniture retail store here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where I live. And the store has a going out of business major sale in the window, a sign that says going out of business sale, buy now, all of the time. And I've lived here since 2007, and they've had the exact same sign in the window forever. And so a wonderful piece of evidence to demonstrate that quantity is not that limited is that doesn't look like they're going out of business anytime soon. And so why should I buy now when quantities clearly are not limited? Thirdly, what you can do is draw on prior examples to show that limited time offer will be available again in the future. In many cases, retail outlets run the same sales over and over and over again. And so it's actually not limited time offer. So you actually show that time is not as constrained. So these are some things that you can do. In a work setting, when your boss comes to you or somebody else comes to you and says, hey, we only have this much time, very limited amount of time to do this, you can actually demonstrate back to them that no, time is not as constrained as we think it is. Or if somebody comes to you and tries to pitch you on an idea or a new company, and they say this is such a unique offering, or there's only one of these in the entire world, to the extent you can show that it's not unique, it's not limited, that will minimize the impact of scarcity as an influence tactic. So again, through these examples, I'm hoping that you're being able to pick up on how you can take the influence tactics that we've taught you how to use to influence people, and then when somebody tries to use those same tactics on you, whether it's liking or scarcity, framing or anchoring, how you can then flip that tactic on the other person to minimize their influence and increase your influence in that situation. So we've talked about the first two strategies for protecting yourself, minimizing those biases that enable others to influence you, and then flipping the influence tactic that's trying to be used on you, flipping that tactic on the other person. The third strategy that I want to talk about and make sure that you are very familiar with is reframing the power relationship. So what do I mean by reframing the power relationship? For this, let's go back to the conversation that we had earlier around where does power come from? What are those bases of power, those sources of power? And you'll recall we talked a lot about personal bases of power, expertise, information, or referent, that charisma-based power. We talked about cognitive, the priming effect. We talked about the beliefs that people have that really affect your feeling psychologically of power. And then thirdly, as we talked about those structural bases of power, those more formal bases of power, legitimate power, the organizational chart, those formal reporting lines. We talked about reward power, the ability to reward people for their performance. We talked about coercion, which is really the ability to punish people for their lack of performance or to force people to take a course of action that we want them to take. So we talked about personal, we talked about cognitive, and we talked about structural bases of power. And when we talk about reframing the power relationship, what I'm going to talk about is when somebody attempts to influence you, leveraging one base of power, whether it be structural, cognitive, or personal, you can actually reframe that power relationship by drawing on a different base of power that reduces the control that you have, that other person has over you, or reduces your dependence on that other person. So let me give you an example. So in one of the earlier segments, we talked about authority as an influence tactic. And we talked about everything from business attire, what you wear, that signals to other people your expertise or your legitimate power. We talked about your reputation for being an expert. We talked about showing that high status people support your ideas. We talked about using industry-specific knowledge or jargon to indicate your expertise. All of these are drawing in a particular base of power. Same is true when we talk about the Milgram experiment or the Stanford prison experiment. In that case, the participants were actually drawing on their legitimate and probably their expertise power in the case of Milgram to really influence the participants to, in the case of Milgram, to administer the electric shocks, or in the case of the prison's experiment at Stanford, to serve as the prison guards and control the prisoners or the inmates, if you will. And here again, these people are drawing on a particular source of power. So let's say they're drawing on their legitimate power. They are formally put in charge of the experiment, or your boss is the formal manager of you and your team members, for example. That is drawing on a legitimate base of power, very structural in nature. If you want to reframe that power relationship, what you do is first you have to remember that there are multiple sources of power in play in any relationship. So even with your boss, for example, who has the legitimate authority, the legitimate power there, probably even has the reward power and maybe even the coercion power. But all of those are structural bases of power. Your boss may or may not have, depending on the situation, the personal bases of power. There are certainly situations where, with my team, I might be the formal manager, the formal boss, but there are certainly situations where other people in my team are more of an expert in that particular situation than I am. Or there are certainly cases where I might be the formal manager or boss, but someone in my team has information that I do not have. And so here again, multiple sources of power in play in any relationship. You have to keep that in mind because that is the first step in reframing the power relationship. Once you understand the multiple bases of power that are in play, then when someone, in this case I call them person A, uses power source, in this case X, to influence you, you, in this case, person B, simply reframe that relationship using a different power source. So for example, if I'm trying to influence you and I am your formal manager, for example, I might draw on legitimate power as my base of power to influence you. If you want to protect yourself from that influence, especially if I'm trying to manipulate you to do something either for my own benefit or something that you disagree with, you can reframe that relationship by not undermining the legitimate power. That's not good for anyone, especially your career, if we're working with your formal manager. You don't have to undermine the legitimate power. That person's still in charge. But what you can do is talk about the information or expertise that you have as it relates to the situation. Here it's all about the situation. What base of power do you have that will reduce the control that the other person has on you and reduce your dependence on that other person? Because remember, that's the essential foundational element of power, is that person's control over you and your dependence on that other person. So if I'm leveraging the structural base of power, legitimacy, to try and influence you, you can reframe that relationship by focusing on the expertise or the information that you have that's relevant to that situation that maybe I don't have or that I have less of. Perfect example of how you're not dealing with the biases, you're not flipping the influence tactic, you're simply changing or reframing the base of power that is defining who controls who is dependent on who, and who has the power or influence in that relationship. Remember, multiple sources of power in play in any relationship. Somebody tries to use one base of power on you, you can reframe the relationship by focusing and bringing to light other bases of power that put you in a higher power position relative to that other party, or at least close the distance between that person's control over you and your dependence on them.
I like to think anyway, I'm a pretty caring person, and I had been in my job as head of HR for maybe a month. And one of the things I have to think about all the time is what I share with our CEO and I don't. Because there's things he shouldn't know, there's things I wouldn't want him to know. And I had gone in on a particular issue, and he looked at me and he said, "Jeff, don't you realize that people use you and manipulate you to get to me? You're an extension of me. And so people are going to do that all the time." So now I have this sort of probably unconscious bias to walk into meetings with the assumption that people are trying to manipulate me. And so I think it's kind of like peeling an onion. You have to, in the dialogue, you got to peel back the layers of the dialogue to understand what the person's really trying to get. And then you can make a decision if you want to let yourself be manipulated or let them feel like they manipulated, or if you want to take the information and either put it back on them or just let it stop. But I think salespeople, analytical people, smart people, they will make an argument until you will listen to their side. And I'll tell you an interesting story. So we were working on some performance reviews for our senior management at the firm. And I was sitting with our CEO, and he said, "I want to give you a performance review." And I said, "Oh, I'd already gotten one from our COO." And I said, "Okay, go for it." And he said, No, I want to give you a proper performance evaluation." I said, "Okay." And we kind of dropped it. And about 2 weeks later, I see on my calendar, performance evaluation with our CEO. So I go in, and he's got a handwritten piece of paper. I mean, paper's full. And I'm like, uh-oh, this is not going to be good. And it was great dialogue. And at the end of it, he said to me, "Hey, Jeff, I need one thing from you. I need you to get pissed off just 10% more of the time." And I started to laugh. And he said, "Why are you laughing?" I said, "Well, I had been there 24 years at the time." I said, "And I've spent the last 24 years figuring out how to be a calmer personality. And now you want me to get pissed off or have more presence on an issue 10% of the time." So fast forward a few weeks, and I was meeting with a senior banker who was complaining about his pay. And I listened for about 20 minutes, and he was very analytical and organized in his argument. And I kind of leaned into the table, and I used some words that I won't use in this conversation, but I got a little angry, and I raised my tone, and I basically said, "Are you kidding me?" And the guy just kind of threw his hands up, and he looked at me, and he said, you know what, you're right. I just really needed someone to listen to my argument. And I thought, wow, this is a new skill. And I think it's real. I think, conveying emotion and not feeling like you have to be the person that has it together all the time is much more influential than some of the other skills people have.
A quick recap, a quick summary of our session around protecting yourself from the influence or maybe even manipulation of other people. The first thing that we talked about in this session was the fundamental difference between influence and manipulation. We defined both, and what we learned, what we discovered, is they're actually very similar. It's still about the control or the influence that one has on another person. But manipulation is using that power, using that influence for self-gain, self-interest. Whereas influence generally is more agnostic in terms of what the end is. Is it for the group goal? Is it for the good of the organization? Or is it for self-gain? So in that sense, manipulation may be a version, if you will, of influence. Is manipulation influence? Yeah. But manipulation is specifically, I'm trying to influence you for my own purpose, my own gain. Two very different things in terms of how we think about influence and manipulation. And then we talked about 3 specific strategies to protect yourself from that unwanted influence or the manipulation. The first strategy that we talked about was minimizing the biases that enable others to influence us. And we used a couple of examples, whether it be from social proof, availability, or liking, to illustrate what those biases are and how you can minimize those. We then talked about how you can flip the influence tactic on the other person. So when someone tries to use an influence tactic on you, whether that's scarcity or availability or social proof, you can actually flip that tactic on the other person and use that same tactic to offset or minimize the impact or the influence they're having on you. And then lastly, to reframe the power relationship. And here, the most common scenario that I see in organizations is someone trying to use their legitimate authority to influence other people. And if that's unwanted influence, you have to reframe that relationship by focusing less on the structural base of power and much more on the personal base of power. We often see in organizations people using personal bases of power as well, expertise, information, or referent power. And here again, you can reframe that power relationship. If someone is trying to use, for example, expertise power on you, but their expertise is less relevant to the specific situation that you're in, you can reframe that power relationship by minimizing their expertise for that specific situation and enhancing or bringing to light the information power that you have. The specific information that you have that is directly related or relevant to that situation can offset your dependence on that person and reduce the control that they have over you in that situation, thus protecting yourself or your team from that influence that maybe you don't want.